Before we begin, just say that the sound system in this room will be very sensitive, so private conversations and mutterings will be picked up on the live stream. So just to make people aware of that at this stage, so anything out of turn that is then shared with the public. If we can now begin, do we have any apologies?
No, there are no apologies.
Okay. Do we have any declarations of interest?
As Director of the Dublin Hall Trust, I'm given the strategic property review talks about finances and also the potential of phase 3 on the Dublin Hall Trust, and particularly that interest, I will accuse myself from that item.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bouse, and we'll have that noted in the minute. Okay, it takes us to the minute of the meeting on the 4th of October. First of all, we're happy to agree that it's a 2 minute.
Okay,
is there any particular items that anybody would require clarification on in relation to the minute? No. Okay, thank you. Item 4 is the rolling action log, and I'll go to Mr. Moody.
Yes, thank you, Convener. And as usual, the rolling action log reports where the executive has requested reports for particular future meetings. The rolling action log has been updated, and where reports are not available for this meeting, the reason has been set out in the comments section of the action log. But as usual, the rolling action log is available for questions from our members. And
Councillor Nimmo.
Yeah, just a question, Convener, in relation to log number 571. Now, I note from the information in the log that a report has been put off to June next year. I'm not very happy with that. Now, I'm just wondering if the wrong questions were asked as part of the initiative once the pilot was completed. And why didn't we actually go into a full consultation exercise when the pilot was completed as well? It would have saved a lot of time, and we could possibly have had the report by now. Thanks, Convener.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nimmo. I'll go to Kenny Gillespie.
Through yourself, Convener, apologies for my voice. I'm choked a wee bit with the cold today, so apologies. I'll try and be as clear as possible for you. Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Nimmo. There were questions were asked. Unfortunately, out of the pilot we tried 24 people, only 3 responded, and the responses were very minimal and not answering all the questions. However, taking on board your point, we decided to say actually we'll go out for a full report, but taking involved other aspects, not just about the coast cleaning, things in regards to, is this a service that all tenants want? Is it something that we need to look at? Well, it is something we need to look at in regards to impact on budgets, especially in the back of potential rent freezes. We also want to explore the impact that a service charge may have on any low income houses, and also looking at further consultation with owner occupiers in regards to mixed tenure through looking at potential factoring. I think also we need to make sure that we're comfortable with affordability. These are all questions that need to be asked to get a full report back to yourselves as members. The information we had was not enough for me to put a report to allow members to make an informed decision. That's why we're having to go out and get a full report, Councillor.
Thanks very much for that information, Kenny. Just a follow-up, Convener, if I may. Regarding the full consultation that you're going to be undertaking, how many tenants are we actually going to include in this full consultation exercise?
We'll be looking to include all tenants because it's their rent money, Councillor Nimmo.
Okay, thanks, Kenny. Thanks, Convener.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions in relation to the rolling action log? Happy to agree?
Agree.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the referral from the Audit Committee and the Risk Management Assurance Policy and Framework and Corporate Risk Management. And I think we've got Danny Kearney with us today, who's going to take this report.
Thank you, convener. This report presents an updated risk management assurance policy and framework for consideration and approval. And this follows due consideration of the paper at the committee in November. The policy is included at Appendix 1, and the areas which have been changed highlighted in yellow. Forward West, the last update to the policy was in October 2021. The policy has been updated through detailed discussions at the Corporate Risk Management Group and CMT. There has been no significant changes to the policy. There has been some update to the roles and responsibilities across the Council in respect of risk. It's proposed that the corporate risk management updates will continue to come to the Audit Committee and the Executive on a quarterly basis, and be referred to the Scrutiny Committee as required. Section 5.2 of the report highlights that the guidance and templates have been reviewed to help ensure that the policy can be applied consistently. This training will be scheduled to support members and officers, but given current pressures, particularly in respect of the budget, it's likely that training will take place in the second quarter of 2023. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. The paper was discussed at length at the Audit Committee, and it's been reviewed to reflect the changes within the very volatile financial climate and therefore the risks associated with that. Key risks being not being able to take difficult decisions that will enable the Council to become financially sustainable, and that is something that all members are very aware of right now. So on the back of that, I'm happy to move the report as it is, and Councillor Biggs.
Can I formally second the convener and reserve the right to come back in?
Thank you. I'll open it up if there's any questions in the report. No, we're happy to agree. Thank you. Item 6 is Falkirk County 22 delivering best value, the strategic action plan progress, and it is with the Chief Executive.
Thank you, convener, and good morning to all. So this report is the second update of the Executive on the Best Value Strategic Action Plan, which was agreed by the Council in February following the publication of the Best Value Assurance Report in January of this year. And further to the previous report to the Executive in August, it includes an overview of progress made against the key actions set out in the plan. So that's at Appendix 1, and that covers the period September to November. And also at Appendix 2, there are 3 case studies showing in detail the progress made on capital communities and the Falkirk Community Trust. So progress on the plan is tracked and reported to the corporate management team on a quarterly basis to ensure that the Council delivers on its commitment to achieve best value. The overall plan is nearly 65% complete at this stage, and actions have been completed to date within timescale. And the remaining themes and actions are scheduled for completion between December at the end of this month and March 2023, and currently are on track to do so. Delivery of the action plan is essential if we're going to achieve our aims in terms of best value. But beyond that, we also need to maintain our focus on all of these issues, in part to deliver on the Council plan priorities, but also so that we're in the strongest possible position to deal with the scale of the financial challenges that we face in the forthcoming period. So beyond the lifetime of the plan, we clearly need to continue to progress work on collaborative leadership to support effective decision making, to continue work on partnership, working with our communities, to continue the focus on equalities and delivering on the Council of future transformation projects, and indeed in terms of the capital programme. Members will also recall that we will be subject to a further best value review later this year. I received confirmation from the Accounts Commission last week that Falkirk will be one of 8 councils in that initial programme starting from October 2023. And our ability to demonstrate significant and ongoing progress against our Best Value Action Plan priorities, and in particular, our ability to demonstrate that we are seriously addressing the issue of financial sustainability will be fundamental to the outcome of that review. And turning to the recommendations, you're asked to note the progress made with the specific Best Value strategic actions. Myself and my colleagues who lead on the individual themes would be happy to take any questions that members might have. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Kenneth. It's good to see that there's clear progress within the action plan that's been put in place. 5% having been completed, and clear milestones with the remaining part of the plan. However, I think there needs to be a clear demonstration that the process has outcomes, and that still has to be demonstrated, and that includes the leadership working collaboratively across officers and members, and that financial sustainability, as well as making sure that we do deliver transformation of our services and equalities. Priorities within the council plan, all our decisions should be linked to those, but the scale of the challenge that is before us financially is something that the auditors will certainly be very close to that when they come back, and they will be looking for the confidence in the council that we have a plan in place that is robust and able to be delivered on. So while there has been for the auditors to come back in the second year, and ultimately we need to make sure that we do have a financial strategy that's going to cover that longer term, and obviously able to make sure we deliver good quality services in the future. So I'm happy to move the report.
I have a question I've been asked by my deputy leader of the non-aligned independent group. Anthony. Climate change objectives. Is this a burden on the council? What assistance do we receive from government to bankroll climate change measures?
That really doesn't form.
Well, it does.
Your question doesn't form necessarily part of the report,
if you look at
because it's on the action plan.
number 3, page 58, climate change implications.
That's a part of the report, that every report that we put in climate change implications.
Well, the question then is relevant because we want to know if the government's prepared for bankrolls.
So, Laurie?
Well, clearly as a council, we've got an ambition towards a net zero target. We've had proposals in a number of reports. One on the agenda today in relation to SPR is very relevant to our ability to reduce our carbon footprint. In terms of the capital funding we get, we take choices about where to allocate that in terms of meeting our goals. But in terms of longer term funding for in relation to the journey to net zero, I'm unable to comment on that.
So I'd be right in saying there's no remuneration coming from central government.
There's a number of funding strands that come from central government to Falkirk Council and local authorities to assist with our net zero ambitions. So that doesn't form part of this report. It is in previous other reports, particularly our previous meeting around climate change, where it was detailed quite extensively in such years. Councillor?
Yep. Thanks, Convener. My screen keeps freezing every now and again. I don't know if anybody else is having the same problem, but it seems to be okay at the moment. I totally agree. The delivery of the action plan is essential, but it does beg the question as to why this report is merely for noting. I would have thought there would have been a lot more decisions to be taken in relation to this. I'll get some comments maybe from the chief executive.
Thank you, Convener. And what we have in place is a series of actions that have been agreed by the council in terms of our response to best value. These actions, as the report notes, are being taken forward under these various themes and are monitored by the corporate management team on a regular basis. So I think it's the report is simply setting out the progress we've made in relation to these. It doesn't require decisions of members beyond that, but clearly if there's particular issues of concern to members or questions they want to raise, we're happy to deal with them.
Thanks, Convener.
Thank you. Councillor Bunley.
Thanks, Convener. On page 58, 1.2, it lays out the 3 priorities of the council plan. The first being supporting stronger and healthier communities, second, promoting opportunities in educational attainment and reducing inequalities, and number 3, supporting a thriving economy and green transition. And when officers write reports, and we get a breakdown of climate change implications, we get a breakdown of the inequality implications, but we don't get a breakdown of an assessment of how it's going to impact communities. It's going to make it stronger and bigger. And is there any scope in potentially having this in reports in future to ensure we're making our plan?
I mean, I would have hoped that all reports, in terms of the narrative within them, reflect on the impact in relation to communities. I'm not convinced that we need a separate section on all of these issues. I think there's a danger that the reports themselves can perhaps become overly bureaucratic. But I don't know if the Chief Governance Officer wants to comment on that. I mean, ultimately, if members have views as to what needs to be included in reports, and officers will clearly respond to that.
I think, Convener, it's something which we find more commonly in the reports now, particularly in the first section, the purpose of the report. So reflecting on, just clicking on to our next item, it does identify the priority within the council plan that it links most closely to. So I think officers should have this in mind when they are preparing the reports for members' consideration. And I suspect that the reference in the reports which we're on just now is simply to the fact that it covers all 3 of the council priorities because of the breadth of the best value action plan.
Okay, okay. No other questions? We're happy to take the report. Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to item 7 and property review.
Thank you, Convener. The purpose of the report today is to provide an update on the strategic property review and sets out actions to deliver on the Council's approved property strategy, objectives and principles. The proposals as set out in the report contribute to the delivery of the Council Plan's strategic priorities of contributing to a thriving economy and supporting a green transition through the reduction of carbon emissions. Council's Best Value Audit in 2022 noted the need to increase the pace of change and make difficult decisions. The SPR is one such of those decisions. Their decisions will be required. As members will be aware, the Council is facing unprecedented challenges financially, and the SPR, as set out in the report, will make a significant contribution to meeting those challenges. In addition to revenue savings, pressures on capital will also be reduced with lesser buildings requiring capital investment going forward, including dealing with an estimated £200 million backlog in maintenance. I won't go through the report in detail, Chair, Convener, as we have had various briefings, and I'm sure members will have considered its content with great interest. In summary, the report seeks to recognise the property strategy that was developed, which was following extensive engagement with members and communities and was approved in 2021, together with the progress that has been made to date as outlined in the report. Despite this progress, more needs to be done and quicker, as the Council estate continues to be too large for it to sustain due to the financial challenges, its deteriorating condition and the backlog of investment needs that it's had, has resulted in declining performance. To meet these challenges, it is proposed that a rationalisation of the estate takes place, as set out in the report. The focus is on properties considered non-core or essential to frontline service delivery. The proposed approach is a proactive phased one to enable time to transition to a more effective and efficient estate. As set out in recommendation 3, agreement is sought today in principle to establish the implementation and rationalisation programme based on the phases and timescales proposed. Set out in recommendation 4, it's proposed that public consultation is undertaken to ascertain from our community's proposals for alternative delivery models or asset transfer proposals, to enable some properties to be retained. This process will enable further work on equality support impacts to be undertaken, with both of these proposed to be reported upon in early 2023 for final decision. Recommendations further propose that officers will bring forward a report to the Children's and Young Persons Executive early in 2023 on the closure of 4 secondary school swimming pools. Final recommendations set out and emphasise that communities will be supported and encouraged to develop capacity to enable things such as community asset transfer or alternative approaches to retain properties that they consider to be a priority. To enable this capacity building and to provide the best prospects for success, not only will substantial officer support be provided, the establishment of the £6 million fund is proposed to support communities' aspirations and enable them to take forward proposals. The SPR, if approved, will be a significant change, but one that is required to enable our core property assets to be more sustainable financially and affordable going forward. An estimated saving of £3.9 million is set out in the report, but it's also worth noting that the approach will mitigate against future cost pressures of approximately £1.7 million. In terms of contributing to our carbon emissions and our environmental ambitions, an estimated 26% reduction in property carbon emissions would be achieved through this approach. In terms of condition, we simply cannot afford to meet the estimated £200 million in backlog repairs. However, with this approach, we will be able to tackle a large portion of that going forward, and we'll also be able to improve matters such as suitability and accessibility across the estate. The phased approach will enable communities and council to manage the transition to a smaller estate, to develop proposals for properties proposed to be retained. And whilst extensive in terms of the properties involved, it should be noted that in terms of floor area, those under consideration represent less than 15% of the total estate. In conclusion, an overburdensome property portfolio with increasing costs represents a risk to the council, but also in terms of wider service delivery and staff number. When fully implemented, the council will be able to focus on sustaining and improving the assets retained and provide an efficient estate that is more effectively managed and affordable going forward, while still continue to enable service delivery to it. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kendrick. I am aware that there are a number of amendments related to this particular item, and firstly, perhaps maybe we want to have that, make sure that they've been circulated to everybody, and so that everybody's had sight of those. First of which is a procedural motion, and I would intend to take that first before we go into the debate. I will just give officers a minute to circulate the amendments. Just as the final circulations in vigilant, I'll go to Mr. Digger in relation to the procedural motion.
Yes, thank you, Convener. I understand through advance information for which I thank Councillor Hannah for the proposal to move this matter be remitted to Council rather than be considered today at the Executive. And in terms of the standing orders, that constitutes a procedural proposal which is voted on separately from the substantive issues which are proposed in the report. And that is to avoid the situation where the two issues of a procedural issue are related. So it would be appropriate, I think, to invite Councillor Hannah to make her proposal that the matter moves to Council.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Convener. This report is a valiant attempt by our officers to find a way of closing the budget gap for 23-24. But I think we need to address the question of why that budget gap exists. First of all, and first and foremost, the budget gap is there because the Scottish Government has been reducing the funding to local government year on year since it was taken over by the SNP. When Labour was last in control of the Scottish Government, 33% of the Scottish budget went to local government. This year it's 24%. The Audit Scotland report on the Scottish Government has also shown that in the last financial year, 21-22, the Scottish Government actually underspent by £2 billion. I think we need to be very clear that the problem here is a budget gap, and a strategic property review is another blunt way of trying to fill that budget gap. Now, in relation to each of the individual wards in this council area, there are proposed closures in every single ward. The closures that are being proposed and that we are being asked in principle to agree to are very wide ranging. In my ward, there are 18 properties. In some wards, there are more than that. In some wards where we have no councillors here today, there are a number of closures. I think it's important in the interests of openness and transparency that all councillors on this council have an opportunity to ask questions and to raise issues and to vote on a proposal that impacts every single community in our area. This report is very far-reaching. I'm sure that I'm not the only councillor that has had numerous phone calls, emails, concerns raised by people about a range of different issues. I think the scale of this issue is such that it would be important to allow the whole of the council to decide on it. In addition to that, we know that on the 15th of December, the Scottish Government will be announcing the budgets for next year. It seems to me to be precipitate at this point to be talking about such swinging closures when we don't even know what the budget will be for next year. Budget gap is. And I fully accept that we need to take really very serious decisions to try to meet that budget gap. But I'm not convinced that this is the way of doing it. If it is, then give it to the whole of the council, not just to this subset of councillors. I move the motion to take this to full council.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hannah, do you have a seconder?
Happy to second that, convener.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Patterson. Just before we go to the vote, this is a policy matter. Well, there is a budget implication, it is a policy matter, and the policy matter should be dealt with by the executive, and this isn't the correct place for this particular decision to be taken. Councillor Spears, this isn't a debate. We're going to move to the vote.
So you don't want any questions?
If it's a relevant question,
Well, before we move to the vote, it'd be very relevant to find out what actions this council has been taking in approaching the Scottish Government.
that's not
I
relevant.
think everybody's seen the Chancellor's statement where money was given.
This is not a debate, Councillor Spears. I'm going to stop you there. It's a procedural motion. We are moving to a decision of whether to hear today or move to full council. And I was very clear on that. Councillor Panday.
Able to request a recess.
5 minutes, please. Okay, folks, if we can come back. I think that's us live again.
Thanks for that, convener.
Okay, can we move to the vote?
Yes, thank you, convener. And just as a reminder, this is a vote on the motion from Councillor Hannah to defer consideration of this item to full council. And as a procedural motion, the vote is for or against. So Councillor Bundy.
Against.
Councillor Devine.
Against.
Councillor Garner.
Against.
Councillor Hannah.
For.
Councillor Kerr.
Against.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Against.
Councillor Nimmo.
For.
Councillor Clatterson.
For.
Councillor Sinclair.
Against.
Councillor Spears. For. And Councillor Steinbein.
For.
There are 5 votes for the motion. There are 6 against. The motion falls and the substantive debate proceeds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. We will then move into the debate. I appreciate there's a number of other amendments also coming forward, and again, happy to accommodate if there's further recess that's required in order to have further discussions. But I'll now move to Councillor Garner.
Thank you, convener, and I'd like to thank, and I think on behalf of all members, Mr. Ketrick and Mr. Benny, for the members' briefings and many meetings I've had preceding this report coming forward. The strategic property review has been ongoing for a number of years, and it's important to acknowledge a fair amount of progress has been made. And as we're all too well aware, the Council faces unprecedented financial challenges that have amassed over many years through poor decision making and must respond radically. Attached to our council property portfolio specifically, we have huge increases in energy and maintenance costs. We've also across this chamber agreed to reduce our carbon footprint, and rationalising our property estate can make a big contribution to this. The Council's previously agreed property strategy, financial strategy and the findings of the best value review all highlight the need for members to progress change in this area to meet the fiscal challenges we face and to do so quickly. In this context, the SPR was always going to be significant and far-reaching, as property is one of the largest areas of council spend, out with staff and direct service delivery costs. Whilst it seems like there's a lot of properties under review, in the report those listed actually represent less than 15% of the portfolio in terms of floor area. That statistic alone should reinforce to everyone that Falkirk Council's estate is simply too large for us to afford going forward. Moving forward, we need to make better use of our retained properties by diverting as many activities as possible to these. Our focus should then be on using the limited money we have to improve the core of properties we need to keep for pupils and the vulnerable, and stop trying to paper over the cracks every year on buildings that are increasingly unfit for purpose. The proposal to close the 4 secondary school swimming pools reflects this approach, but it needs to be recognised that the decision on these will be considered by the Children's and Young Persons Executive Committee following the undertaking of an Equalities and Poverty Impact Assessment. On all the other properties under consideration, the report clearly sets out the proposed community consultation. This exercise will provide the opportunity for all our communities and stakeholders to engage on proposals for things such as community asset transfer or other models of delivery. The report highlights that to support these, a fund of £6 million will be set up, and also the officer support will be available to help communities develop capacity to manage properties. A key consideration from the paper is to look forward, and whilst the closure of properties is always contentious, by providing time and setting out a structured approach to all communities and others to be given the opportunity to retain these properties, we have the best prospects for success to be achieved. By agreeing this report and enabling the community consultations to take place, we can gather the views of local people, and proposals for community ownership for management can be progressed. I am hopeful there will be many successes. Where this isn't achieved, properties can be leased or sold, which could generate income for the council and potentially support economic activity. Some elected members have concerns on equalities and poverty impacts, but if members read the report, it highlights what has been done to date and what more is proposed through the community engagement. The outcome of this will be reported upon together with the findings of the community consultation when the final decisions will be considered next year. The continued subsidising of many of these facilities, in particular leisure facilities managed by Falkirk Community Trust, is not financially sustainable. In conclusion, as previously reported and recognised by the communities and the councillors, the council has too many property assets. These are deteriorating in terms of condition, and with current financial challenges, there is substantial risk if we do not rationalise. If fully implemented, the council will be able to focus on sustaining and improving the assets retained and provide an efficient estate that is more affordable while still continuing to enable service delivery to our communities. Convener, I have an addendum. We read this out just now. And obviously I move the recommendations contained within their support alongside this addition. I think everybody has this one. And it's recommendation as follows. In addition at point 9, agrees to the establishment of a policy development panel chaired by the Education and Leisure portfolio holder to look at a future model for delivering leisure services for the district, and that the panel commence work following the final decision in February. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garner. I'm happy to second the report. The review of the properties identified with too much by way of property. It's expensive, poor condition, underutilised, not energy efficient, and not fit for modern service delivery. Therefore, we need to look at what the aspiration for this council is. This was at first identified following a review in 2016, and since then there has been progress made on rationalisation of the estate, but mainly an operational and office estate. It was recognised that over a sustained period of time there has been a lack of investment in our leisure estate, with repairs and maintenance required now at £20 million to bring them up to a reasonable standard. However, that alone will not provide a level of business transformation that will significantly reduce the subsidy that is currently going in to support them and provide a revenue stream for the council. The need to rationalise and invest was recognised again in 2018, and where the previous SNP administration brought forward a report which would have seen closures but also a £50 million investment programme. That fell due to other parties not supporting and favouring, but continue to allow further decay and rising costs. And that's part of why we are in the position that we are now. Compared to other councils, we have a higher proportion of leisure facilities, but many are no longer fit for purpose and do not provide a good user experience and cost more to use. Council is under severe financial pressure with a £60 million budget gap to be bridged over the next 4 years, 50% of that gap to be found this coming year. As a result, we need to address this and do so at pace due to increasing affordability challenges and the deterioration of our property estate. This has been highlighted in the most recent best value audit. We now have run out of options. Current position is not sustainable and poses a huge risk in being able to deliver on the council's financial strategy. I'm more than happy to support the addendum that's been moved by my colleague Councillor Garner. I think that gives the opportunity for members to become involved and to shape how our leisure services are developed forward, to ensure that we are able to provide good quality services for the future. So I'm happy to second. I'll now open the debate, and I'll have Councillor Nimmo first and then Councillor.
Convener, can I possibly just clarify something in relation to this item? Is it proposed that we deal with the SPR and the possibility of closures out with the normal budget process?
Yes, for a number of years, as a council, we've spoken about bringing forward reports out with the budget process in order to progress our work in delivering the financial strategy and take early decisions. So yes, I mean the report is brought forward today for decision, albeit decisions in principle.
So any future decisions, Kenneth, that are taken regarding closures will be dealt with by the executive and not the full council, because normally the budget decisions are dealt with by every elected member. That's not going to be the case in this case then.
I think it's always been the case, Councillor Nimmo, that the executive has taken decisions which will have an impact on the council. We can think of others that have, even in the last year or so, decisions that have related to the delivery of the council's future programme. have in some instances come before either the executive or the Education, Children and Young People's executive. So these decisions are appropriately taken in these places, but it doesn't impact on the council having the overall decision on the budget when that comes around on an annual basis.
So it's basically going to be closures by the back door. I'll leave that at that point. The other point I want to make is that the maintenance costs seem to have jumped up by 20 million overnight. In the report, it's 180 million, and there's been a comment made this morning that this has already increased to 200 million. Maybe by next week we'll be at 300 million. What's going on here?
I'll go to Mr. Petrick, who will be able to clarify the 180 million position and where we are now, because I think there's a historical time lag there.
Thank you, Convener. The £180 million figure was what was reported in 2016-17, and clearly with construction inflation and the continued deterioration of the estate, conservative estimate is £200 million.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Petrick. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. I have three questions, and I'll go back to my original one. Can you tell me what approaches Council has made to the Scottish Government? Councillor Hannah very eloquently stated how we had a reduction to 24% in grant from 33%. As I tried to say earlier, the Chancellor of Exchequer at his financial statement a couple of weeks ago had stated that the Scottish Government would be getting a large increase. Can I ask what approaches we've made so that we can get a decent settlement from them?
Thank you, Convener. Clearly, from a COSLA point of view, there's been a lot of activity, very joined up activity, all party activity through COSLA to lobby for local government to maximise the funding settlement. And I think our voice is most likely to be heard as part of that joined up local government approach than on an individual basis. So clearly, as a council, we can also lobby ourselves for additional funding. But I think it's a very proactive approach being taken by COSLA, which, as I say, has had all party support.
I hope that it's not as in previous years where they turn up a couple of days or the day off our budget and announce that they're going to give us an increase. My second question is really, I've been asked by an organisation, the Falkirk Integrated Regional Swim Team. They are greatly concerned that they will no longer exist if this goes ahead. We've already decimated our arts community, and as this has started to decimate our sports communities as well. That's a point to ponder before we make any decisions. And my last question is on behalf of my good friend, Councillor Anne Ritchie, who has asked me to speak up Bowness and Blackness, which she has represented for some time. It was my great pleasure to go through and speak to them as a guest speaker when they were restarting their community council, because I begin to feel that Falkirk Council is no longer interested in that particular rural area. And Councillor Ritchie has said that she does not want to see the sports centre and the sporting facilities in Bowness decimated by this, if you go ahead with this decision.
Yeah, Mr. Petrick.
Yes, thanks, Convener. In terms of access to swimming pools, clearly as part of the community consultation and engagement, we would be looking to speak to all affected users, or certainly seek views. However, it is worth noting that Falkirk Council does have one of the highest, it's not the highest, but one of the highest levels of swimming pools across our estate in comparison to other authorities. To give you an example, Falkirk has 8 swimming pools in our schools. Glasgow has also 8 in their swimming pools, to draw a comparison. So just, that's the point to note in terms of access to swimming pools. In terms of bonus recreation, clearly highlighted within the report as one that would be considered for rationalisation. Timing of it would be in 2025 to allow us time to look at the relocation of users and groups, particularly to the next door school, the secondary school, where there is substantial sports facilities there that can also be accessed. So we would look to work with users on relocations over that intervening time period.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kentrick. Councillor Hannah, and if you could maybe move your amendment, and we'll take the amendment first before we take the consent.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, that was my intention. I think I do have a further amendment to this, the recommendations in this report, and I think we have to look very carefully at the whole question of consultation here. We're asked in this recommendation here to note that there was extensive community consultations. Now, I have looked at the community consultation that was done. It was done in December 2020, from December 2020 to April 2021. Now, I don't know if any of the other councillors around this table remember December 2020, but we were in total lockdown at that point. Many people were not able to go and visit their family in homes. There were all sorts of things because of the COVID pandemic that were going on. Now, to say that there was extensive consultation when it was all entirely online, when there was a limit to how much people could get together, I think is slightly exaggerating the thing. So I'm not happy about accepting that, and have therefore proposed in my amendment that we accept that there was limited community consultation in 2020, and there has been some progress since. The second issue that I would like to raise is the issue of being asked here today to agree in principle. It says the proposed rationalisation of the properties, but it seems to me that we are talking about closures, but rationalisation is perhaps not the word I would use when you look at the extent of the properties that are listed here. Now, I would like that particular recommendation to be deleted. I am not against consultation. I'm not here saying we should never shut any of our properties. I know some people in future communities may say that, but I accept that there may be issues within some of the properties once you've done extensive and detailed community consultation. It may be that communities will come back and say, well, we could do this or we could do that. The problem I have with the recommendations here that have been proposed by the administration is that we're putting the cart before the horse. We're talking about agreeing in principle to this closure programme and then taking it out to consultation. So that is why I have proposed this amendment to say we don't agree in principle to this consultation, sorry, to this proposed closure programme, but we do agree to a proper consultation with the community. We need to remember here, as Mr. Kettrick has correctly identified, that £880 million was estimated to be the cost of the maintenance for the buildings. Now, anyone who has a house of their own will know that if there are repairs and maintenance needing done and you don't do it, the problems increase. The problems get worse and get more expensive. If you don't fix the leak in your roof, then you've got a problem further down the line. So what we've had is since 2016-17, we've not had the proper maintenance done on these buildings. And that is now part of the problem that we're facing. What these proposals, if we were to agree in principle to the closure of these properties, we're talking about agreeing to rip in the hearts out of our communities. And we really are not in a position within our Labour group to do that. Councillor Spears has mentioned comments that he has had from other councillors who are not here today. I could list a whole lot of comments from other Labour councillors as well. I could list a whole lot of comments from other organisations. I've had phone calls, I've had emails, and I'm sure other councillors have too. There is a lot of concern about these proposals. I accept that we may have to do some rationalisation, but I do not think at this stage we should be agreeing to a closure in principle. I think we should be agreeing to intensive consultation and engagement with our communities to look at the ways in which we can get the best possible deal for our communities. And the final part of my amendment, sorry, two final parts of the amendment. One is to amend 2.14 to say that once the consultation has been done, once we have further proposals, it should be taken to full council in February 2023 because of the implications for the budget, that it shouldn't come back to the executive but should come to the full council. In terms of the school swimming pools, I would also want to delete that recommendation because I think it's important that the school swimming pools are also dealt with by full council and not by a subset of councillors. So, to be quite clear, my amendment has been circulated. I think we need to have further consultation without us being asked to agree closures in principle at this stage, that we engage with our communities, all of us engage with our communities, and look at the ways in which we can improve on the estate, look at the ways in which we can serve our communities without ripping the heart out. I propose this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. You have a second?
Happy to second, convener.
Thank you. A couple of points in there. Mr. Gillespie, are you still online with us? Do you want to say anything in relation to the consultation in the past and what's proposed?
Through yourself, convener. Yes, I'm still here. Thank you very much. Yes, the consultation in the past, and I think one of the things following on from Councillor Hannah is that we've done what I will call extensive consultation because it's been over a certain amount of years that we've done that, and we've certainly had a common theme back from our communities. And we're now at as far as we're going for this report, at an engagement stage. Our communities, when spoken through either SPR or the Strategic Property Review or through budget reviews with our communities, we have been out there, we have told the story, we've been honest, we've been truthful, and we've been transparent. And we got a lot of feedback from our communities, and local members were present at some of these as well and invited to go to these for previous years as well. And some of the themes that were coming back were things that we have delivered on, things where they were very clear right across all the 9 wards. They wanted to keep library services, they wanted the libraries to be centre of their communities, and that's now been agreed by council, where the report is a 5-year review on that, and certainly that's a positive. They wanted more money on the actual community properties, and within their support, that's certainly within that. The one thing they also said is they appreciated that things would need to close because of the rise in cost, but what they did want to be aware of what it is. And certainly the last one that I done there was actually we were to come back with proposals, come back with what our thoughts were, but also give them an opportunity to feed back and to see if they had any other ideas out with officers and members. So there has been a lot of engagement. there has been some honest engagement and some, what I will say, surprising feedback in regards to what our communities are aware of, what they want. But the one thing they said before is, or what was changing was, at least they were getting the transparency and they were getting the actual facts and figures of what it was costing the council and the communities to run. And they would rather have what I would say is good quality facilities rather than a lot of facilities that were being run down, Convener.
Okay, thank you, Kenny. I just wanted to clarify another point in relation to the 180 million from 2016. Paul, that's an accumulative effect over a number of years. Certainly, I'm aware of that being raised as a continual issue, certainly from 2012 onwards, if not from 2007, as being a pressure on the council as the maintenance of our leisure facilities at that time. But that's not something that has just all of a sudden appeared in 2016. It was something that was a cumulative effect. And I don't know whether you have anything you wanted to comment on that.
Yes, Convener. These legacy backlog maintenance issues go all the way back through time. There's a lot of properties dating back to previous authorities, pre-96. They're old buildings that take a lot to maintain, and ultimately across all local authorities in Scotland, there is just not enough money to support all the buildings that were inherited. And a number of authorities are looking at substantial backlog maintenance programmes, and like yourselves, are now looking at substantial rationalisation of the estate.
Thank you for that. I'll open it up the debate or comment from others in relation to the SPR and indeed the Labour amendment. Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Convener. Like everybody else, another councillor, another party, when you see the bare facts that there's 133 properties that will either be transferred or goes down, as a daunting task for everybody, because some of these buildings are the heart of the communities, especially the smaller communities, and I know our thinking is that we've got our schools and we need to utilise our schools more. Some of the places have the good schools. Some of the smaller places, and all they've got is the small buildings. And I know these decisions will be made when the report comes back. And it's when we talk about involving in a core value for our audit, the communities is number one. And as Councillor Hannah has already mentioned, that there is people that didn't get the opportunity of the consultation previously. And I'm sure when we offer it this time, there'll be a lot more people take that opportunity up, because they now understand how serious this is. And it is a big step going forward, and I know money is very, very short. So our amendment, we've added to the amendment that was already circulated. I've sent it to Mr. Moody. The amendment is in item 7 at the end, 2.1, subject to recognising that in town halls, Grangemouth, Bowness, and this scheme, the Adobe Hall, should play as core functions in serving and in strengthening our communities. And in point 2, 2.1.8 recognises that selling these buildings will not reduce the area-wide emissions. Maybe get it away from the council, the area-wide emissions that will no decrease. And that retrofitting to raise energy efficiency in these buildings will reduce area-wide emissions. Recognise that the retrofitting of buildings is expensive and unlikely to be afforded by communities. What we're saying is, if we're giving these transfers to the communities, they won't have the finance to retrofit them. And therefore, as part of the support package, the council works out the estimated cost of energy efficient upgrades to national standards for the town halls, and officers report back on the cost of this at the point of the final decision, with a view of creating a specific fund from the 6 million capital fund already mentioned, so community-led groups can afford to retrofit their buildings. Also, taking on board the Labour amendment earlier, that council agrees to bring back any decision on SPR to full council, so that everybody gets a chance to put their views across, and also that council agrees to bring back the decision on the proposed closure of the 4th swimming pools to full council. My colleague here, Councillor Spears, already mentioned and Ritchie, Councillor Ritchie, will get an opportunity. Could also be said for Councillor Buchanan, who hasn't had a chance to put his points across. It's a big decision for this council, and if we do agree to these closures, just think as a group we feel it needs to be all the councillors that make that decision. And I understand where everybody is coming from regarding their own areas. As Councillor Hannah mentioned, we've got 18 in our area, and the conversation I had with Anne is knowing exactly the 18. I couldn't tell you for every one of these buildings what the cost would be for to get them retrofitted, what it would cost for to close it. So getting that time for the consultation is important. That's your amendment, Convener. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, James, and a seconder.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Just the procedure. It's helpful to know, but just to say we will take the amendment individually against the various motions, but in order to give certainly my colleagues an opportunity to just consider the change, if we can have maybe a 5-minute recess there, and then I'll get Colin to take us through the voting process. Okay, we'll take 5 minutes. Okay. Thanks, folks. Thanks, folks. If we can come back. I'll go to Councillor Garner first to respond to the amendments, and then I'll go to Mr. Moody to the voting procedure.
Thank you, Convener. I won't dwell on this long at all. I've read both the amendments coming in and spoken with the group, and I'm happy to accept the amendments brought forward by the Conservative group.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Garner. Colin, do you want to just talk us through how the what process of voting?
Yes, thank you, Convener. And as members will know, the motion has been moved already by Councillor Garner and seconded by you. And as I understand, Councillor Garner is proposing to adopt the terms of the Conservative arrangement within the motion already moved. And I just need to formally ask you as seconder if you're to agree with that. And that being the case, the motion which is before the executive changes to incorporate the aspects of the Conservative amendment. So those have already been circulated, but as also read by Councillor Kerr, were the additional aspects of providing that the provisions, instead of going to the Education, Children and Young People Executive and to this executive, both go to full council. So the other principal change is that full council will make the decision on the final decision. So that is the motion as currently stands, and that's the motion against which Councillor Hannah's amendment currently stands. And if you're content, then I think we can proceed to the vote on that position.
Mr. Spears.
A point of clarification. So you're saying that you used the 6 million capital fund to retrofit buildings for climate change?
That's not what it says, Councillor Spears.
So it says on the accepted amendment that you just accepted.
But it says that a contribution from that 6 million would be used as a thought to help that process. I don't know whether Councillor Kerr and Councillor Bundy maybe want to clarify further.
That's exactly what it is. I mean, that obviously £6 million is a lot of money, but when you're trying to refit buildings, it doesn't go a long way. So what we're saying is that some of that 6 million will go to help towards the town halls. And obviously in the other buildings we're going to keep. Because the communities will only be able, if there's transfers, they will only be able to have the funding for that. So that 6 million will help towards that and the town hall.
In my understanding, that could be used in a variety of ways, including matched funding. to help support the communities. But that's as a report is to come back to full council anyway in relation to that, and that'll probably be able to set out more detail. But it's not saying that's what that whole 6 million would be used for, and just a contribution from that.
Okay, thank you,
Okay.
convener. So the motion as adjusted is moved by Councillor Garner and is seconded by you, against which there is an amendment which has been circulated, moved by Councillor Hannah and seconded by Councillor Patterson. Councillor Bunn.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Amended.
Councillor Kerr.
Motion.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Motion.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
And Councillor Stapleton.
Amendment.
Here, there are 6 votes for the motion, there are 5 votes for the amendment, and the motion is carried. And it's maybe worth confirming convener, that since the Conservative Group amendment was adopted in effect by the motion, that the user is happy for the amendment to drop, since it's effectively already in the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Colin, and thank you, colleagues, for your forbearance in that process. Move on to item 8, which is the waste services review, and we have a presentation from Douglas Garner.
Convener, sure, somebody going to get.
Oh,
Councillor Dixon.
yes.
Oh, that was missing.
Just hope he's not going for fresh air.
I'd like to thank Councillor Flowers for remembering me.
No problem.
Okay, apologies, Councillor Bowes. Councillor, sorry, Douglas, do you want to talk to the report, please?
Yeah, Chair, happy to do that. Good afternoon, everyone. So the purpose of this report is to propose a number of changes in waste services that will address forthcoming legislative and regulatory issues. The report also outlines proposals enabling efficiencies and moves the Council towards carbon reduction targets and strategic objectives. The Executive are asked to agree a number of recommendations, and the first one being that Falkirk Council adopts the updated National Code of Practice when published for residual waste, so that additional capacity would only be granted to householders of 7 and above, and this would be subject to application. The Code of Practice is currently under review and is designed to further enhance the quality and quantity of recyclate collected from the curbside and other streams. The aspiration is for continuity of curb collections right across Scotland. Secondly, the Executive are asked to note the forthcoming Biodegradable Landfill Ban, which takes effect from the 31st of December 2025, and the financial impact that this is likely to have on the Council. The report details the Council's strategy towards securing waste treatment facilities and the associated timeline for delivery. Through this contract, the Council will no longer be reliant on landfill for the disposal of residual waste well in advance of the ban date. The Executive are asked to agree to the reintroduction of a charge for bulky uplifts at £40 per uplift, removing the provision of 1 free uplift per household per year. In recognition of the Council's poverty strategy, those residents in receipt of eligible benefits would receive 1 free collection per annum. As detailed within the report, chargeable bulky uplift collections is commonplace across Scotland and indeed in the wider UK. The executive are also asked to agree that a booking system is introduced as soon as practically possible for all vehicles looking to gain entry to the council's household waste recycling centres. A booking system brings several benefits, including shorter waiting times for householders when they visit, improving customer experience, as well as improving the health and safety of our recycling centre staff, providing improved control over the volume of traffic coming on site at any one time. Additionally, it will also help reduce the risk of commercial waste abuse. The executive are also asked to agree that Falkirk Council reviews its opening times for household waste recycling centres to 10 AM to 6 PM. This recommendation will help reduce the council's reliance on both overtime and casual staff. Both sites would remain open at the busiest times, including weekends, and there's a table within the report showing the trend analysis of that. The executive are asked to agree to the removal of the Environment Enforcement Team from the summer of 2023. As detailed within the report, we will work with our trade union partners and affected employees under relevant policies with a view to implementing any reduction through voluntary means as far as possible. This could include offering voluntary severance and seeking alternative roles within the council. The council would maintain provision for the reporting of fly tipping, as well as the collection of items deposited in public land. Additionally, the council will retain officers authorised to issue fixed penalty notices where evidence allows. Close relations with SEPA will be maintained and developed, as well as highlighting to residents and businesses the correct disposal routes for their waste through our comprehensive education programme. The executive are asked to agree to the removal of the Environment Improvement Fund from April 2023, and this will provide the council with a saving of £50,000. As detailed within the body of the report, alternative funding opportunities remain open to members of the public and community groups. The executive are also asked to agree to the introduction of a charge for the collection of brown bins, predominantly for garden waste collections, at an annual charge of £35 per bin. For those households receiving financial benefit, in recognition of the council's poverty strategy, those residents in receipt of eligible benefits would only be subject to 50% of the charge. Garden waste collections are presently not a mandatory service, and rather than remove the service, this option allows the service to be maintained and generate additional revenue to help offset costs. The executive are also asked to agree that an estimated £60,000 of the savings generated from these measures is used to fund an expansion of the HVO fuel pilot to reduce carbon emissions in the heavy fleet by up to 90% per vehicle. This is on the back of a successful pilot which has been running for almost a year now and offers the council a greener option for running its larger fleet. Over and above the recommendations, the report reflects upon the impact of the deposit return scheme, which is scheduled for implementation by mid-August next year. DRS places a value of 20 pence on glass bottles, clear plastic bottles and aluminium drinks cans. These containers can be returned over the counter to retailers or a network of automated reverse vending machines. An independent forecast in early 2021 suggested that DRS would have a negative financial impact to the council of circa £234,000. However, it should be noted that this is likely to be significantly greater due to current market values. The introduction of DRS will have a fundamental impact on the volume and composition of recyclate being collected at the curbside, which will significantly decrease, and this is addressed in a separate report to the executive. In conclusion, the changes proposed in this report will allow the council to respond to forthcoming legislative and regulatory change and create a more efficient operational service. Saving proposals detailed within the report total £970,000, and overall, after cost pressures, a net savings target of £310,000 has been identified. If these steps were not to be taken, then an additional revenue burden will emerge for the council, and as highlighted within the report, it is not clear at this point how that might be mitigated against. That's a summary of the report, Chair.
Thank you, Douglas. Again, we have a procedural motion for this particular item, which I would propose to take before we move elsewhere. So I'll ask Councillor Hannah to move her motion.
Thank you. As regards this report, it has considerable impact across the whole of the Falkirk Council area. in the same way as the strategic property review had a considerable impact across the whole of the council area. I have had issues raised with me by people from a number of different areas. I've had issues raised with me by a number of different councillors. I think it's important that councillors are able to have their say on this. I'm not saying in principle whether I agree or disagree with any of the individual proposals in this report. I do think, though, that the general impact on the Falkirk Council area should be taken into account. I think concerns that have been raised with me have included concerns about the possibility of fly tipping, concerns about the difficulties that people with disabilities might have. There are a whole host of different concerns people have been raising. The last equality impact assessments on some of these proposals were done back in 2021, I think. And so I think that there are issues that need to be addressed in that as well. So I would like this to be remitted to the full council meeting to enable all councillors from all wards to have an opportunity to have their say on the impact in their areas.
Okay, thank you. Seconder?
Happy to second the convener, just to add a couple of points to Councillor Hannah's. I think with this area being climate change as well, I am as well concerned in the week since this came back from the report with the prospect of buy-in from various stakeholders around the community, including individuals who would have to pay this charge, and especially in the context of the cost of living crisis, changes to how different people and different demographics may react to this current charge being put in at this time. I think it's absolutely crucial, as Councillor Hannah has reiterated there, that we use the diversity of our council across areas to make sure that we understand when we're reacting and making policy in this manner, and especially in this context, that we get a full perspective when pushing this forward. Thank you, Convener.
Okay, thank you. Is it a question, Councillor Spears? Because this is again a procedural motion. I'm not taking debate.
We are an executive council, and we are elected to come here to represent the opinion, not just their constituents, but also the councillors that can't make it today. So if you don't want to hear what they've got to say, then okay.
Well, this isn't a debate. This is a procedural motion, and the debate may well come after vote, and in which case you'll have your opportunity at that time. Okay, if we move to the vote.
Yes, thank you, Convener. And again, as you say, this is a motion by Councillor Hannah, seconded by Councillor Steenbein, which is to defer consideration to council. And again, the vote is for or against. Councillor Bowes.
Against.
Councillor Bundy.
Against.
Councillor Devine.
Against.
Councillor Garner.
Against.
Councillor Hannah.
For.
Councillor Kerr.
Against.
Councillor John.
Against.
Councillor Nimmo.
For.
Councillor Patterson.
For.
Councillor Sinclair.
Against.
Councillor Spears. For. And Councillor Steenbein.
For.
Okay, there are 5 votes for the motion, 7 against, so the matter remains at the executive.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Sinclair to move the motion.
Thank you, Convener. First, can I take the opportunity to thank Douglas Gardner and his team for the work that's going into delivering this report. As we're all aware, the circumstances for services are incredibly challenging, so I'd like to thank him for that. As a body, today we have been invited to consider a series of recommendations which will assist the waste service in meeting the Council's financial sustainability and carbon reduction targets and strategies. As has already been alluded to, this paper is pretty wide-ranging and covers forthcoming regulatory and legislative impacts. It provides options for both cost savings and revenue generation, which both align and recognise actions taken or proposed by other Scottish local authorities and restructure service delivery within the service, providing options for wider council delivery consideration. The executive was further invited to note the positive contribution to the council's climate emergency targets as well as the wider 2040 and 2045 national targets, which the proposed recommendations address. This is one of several reports we will face with difficult and unpopular decisions to take. Our role is to ensure that any decision allows services to continue being delivered, at the same time as preserving and enhancing provision of other services that our communities rely on. The Executive will also have been given a copy of a positive amendment that we as an administration wish to make to the report concerning the Environmental Improvement Fund. And while the current iteration of the fund has had less uptake than anticipated, we are still committed to ensuring there is funding available for communities to improve their local environment. And we propose to retain the fund at a level of £1 per year, and I trust that this, along with other recommendations in the report, are supported. And with that, I move the report and the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shapiro. There is other amendments to this report, and I'll just ask officers to circulate that. I'm sorry I should have done that prior to Councillor Garner.
Happy to second the report and the amendment set in the right.
It will give us an opportunity for the amendments to be circulated. Okay, I will now open up debate.
Refer to Councillor Steenland.
Thank you very much, Convener and Councillor Barron. So I believe that we've managed to circulate the second amendment the Labour Group put forward through this, which is replacing the recommendations with the following: executive agrees that officers should undertake a waste services review, impact the accordance and property impact assessments and detailed climate change impact assessments on the proposed option. Reporting the review to be brought to full council with options, advantages and disadvantages of each option outlined. Managed to circulate that?
Yeah. Can I ask you to slow down talking just a wee bit?
I've had that before.
You were going at a fair rate of knots there. We want to savour everyone.
Fantastic. Anyway, so we should have circulated that amendment. As I've alluded to when seconding the other amendment, the impact of what we're putting forward to in the current economic context that we are facing is substantially higher than it would have been potentially this time last year. I've been out speaking to a lot of people who've had attendance surgeries over this matter. I'm sure plenty of other councillors have been contacted in relation to things in the proposal that's been brought in front of us. £40 for a lot of people at the moment may be too high price to pay for the brown bin, and I think that we must talk about the broader policy implications that that could potentially have. It will often be used by people with gardens, but even people who engage in climate beneficial activity, people who are attempting to make their homes greener, are attempting to engage in more sustainable habits. And I would say, and I have intimated this, and I've engaged in good faith and positive conversations with administration and officers on this. I do believe that this proposal will give us a better opportunity to understand exactly how people will react to this. I think that the prospect of potentially cross-contamination needs to be explored to a greater extent, as put in there. We have seen problems flag up in, imagine, all of our wards in relation to that, especially in the context of people having to pay. I think there'll be a greater degree of people in our wards who will now today go, well, rather than paying it, I'm just not going to use it, and the implications of that cannot be understated and must be assessed to a greater extent. And the reason it should also be brought back to full council is that this is a process, as Councillor Sinclair laid out, of maximising income and where we manage to get that funding from. I think that that is important in a council context, as alluded to in the current economic context we're dealing with, of who pays and where it comes from. And I think that there is a severe degree of assessment that needs to be done, considering the backlash from our communities in relation to paying that. I think it makes a fundamental change to how we do provide our service in this regard, especially as such a crucial service and crucial buy-in from the community for using brown bin and continuing to be proactive in building a sustainable topic. I move this amendment for those purposes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Back, I've got a second. Councillor Neville.
Convener, thanks very much. Can I just, I'm happy to second the amendment. Can I just start off by saying I'm not surprised that waste services is currently under review. The current waste strategy and litter strategy is failing, and it's certainly not fit for purpose. You only need to look at the number of contaminated bins in Grangemouth. Now, I realise obviously that there's a very high proportion of flatted properties in Grangemouth, but we don't seem to be able to deal with the problems quickly enough or appropriately for that matter. Just in relation to the cost of living crisis, according to this report, it's vanished overnight. Now, £40 for a special uplift, I don't think very many people are going to be able to afford £40 or willing to pay £40 for a special uplift. The only thing that's going to happen here is a very significant increase in fly tipping and rubbish just getting left in bags indiscriminately. One free for people on benefits. Okay, that's maybe a bonus. If you're on benefits, you're getting one free. What if you need more? You're not going to be able to afford to pay for them. The brown bin situation, we're being asked to consider an annual charge of £35 per bin. Again, a 50% reduction if you're on benefit. Now, if you're on benefit, £7.50 to get your brown bin emptied isn't really going to be a priority for people that can't afford to feed themselves. There needs to be some recognition built into this of the cost of living crisis and the impact that that's having on cash-strapped families. Well, I'm happy to second the amendment, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Nimmo. Douglas, I wonder if you could maybe give a little bit of a comment. I know that there's information, particularly in relation to fly tipping within the report, also in relation to disabilities, the issues around the 1 free uplift for those benefits, and a bit about statutory services.
I'm happy to do that, Chair. So a number of issues raised there. Certainly with regards to the garden waste charges was mentioned there, and the potential concern over fly tipping there. I have to say, and it's shared within the report, that charging for garden waste and indeed bulky waste is commonplace right across Scotland. In fact, it's more common than not to have charges, certainly for bulky waste. With regards to specifically brown bin charges, we've obviously worked closely with other local authorities that do have a charge for brown bin garden waste charges, and I'm pleased to report that they have not reported any increase in fly tipping following the introduction of a charge. With regards to the charging for bulky waste, again, it's more common than not to have charges for bulky waste collections. What I would say as well, that there are alternative options for members of the public that may not want to or maybe can't afford a bulky collection charge, including the use of charitable organisations. And one thing that we will do is work closely with the Community Recycle Network for Scotland and help promote the alternative outlets for bulky waste items. From a litter strategy point of view, the litter strategy has been quite a very successful, nationally recognised strategy in Scotland and again within the wider UK. I wouldn't necessarily tie it to domestic bins. That's something that's slightly different and doesn't necessarily fall within the litter strategy per se. But I will happily make a commitment to work with Councillor Nimmo and look at the issues specific to his ward. In the past, we have taken a focused approach with regards to fly tipping in areas surrounded by domestic properties, and that has proven to be very successful. And again, I'm happy to undertake that within the Grangemouth area. Sorry, Councillor, what else? Was there anything else I've missed there?
It was just about what we provide by way of statutory services?
So the garden waste collection service, just to be clear, it isn't a mandatory service. We don't have to provide that service, and that's why rather than remove the service altogether, because it is a popular service, that's why the waste service put up the option to charge for the service to help offset our costs, rather than, I say, remove it altogether.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nimmo, you're on.
Sorry, I was on mute there. Can I maybe just add a follow on to that? I'm not really interested, Douglas, in what other councils do. I'm interested in the effects that these decisions that we are being asked to make are going to have on the people in Falkirk, and in particular the people in Grangemouth. £40 for a special uplift. How did you arrive at that figure?
Okay, so again, we looked at the national average. We also considered our on costs as well. As you'll probably be aware, the council doesn't provide that service in-house. So we've obviously got to pay for a contractor, but over and above that, you've got to cover your disposal costs. But again, we took a step back and we considered the kind of average cost right across Scotland as well.
Okay, thanks, Douglas. Thanks, convener.
Questions I've got. Ewan, and Councillor Spears and Councillor Hannah.
Thank you very much, convener. Just a few questions for Douglas on that one. So I think probably just the first one I'll ask is on the statutory service, and just an expansion the convener asked. In 5.55 in the report, there's a suggestion that this may become a statutory service. What conversations have been had? Is there any suggestion coming out of the Scottish Government currently that we would have any understanding of when that would be, what timeline that would be enacted, and where does the suggestion that this might happen originate from? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. So yes, there is a possibility that the garden waste charges may in future become a statutory service. Again, that's been most recently highlighted within the draft Circular Economy Bill, although it is not yet confirmed exactly when that will be implemented.
I think 5.8 as well notes that we would be hoping to encourage households to minimise waste. How are we going to put in protections under this current motion to make sure that households do take that up? What engagement will be done with the public? And on the second hand, what would our reaction be if the fly tipping situation does deteriorate, as we can only, as councillors' officers, absolutely everybody rely on projections and assurances that that strategy will work? What would we do in reaction to that if the fly tipping situation became viscerally worse?
So a multifaceted approach, Councillor. We would go out and about. As I say, we've been tackling difficult areas. I say with great success. So there would be a mixture of door knocking, carrying out workshops, working with our communities, as well as sending out promotional information as well. I think what we would also want to do is promote the Trusted Traders scheme. I believe that a lot of the fly tipping that occurs within Falkirk is down to your white van man, your illegitimate white van man. So we want to make sure that when members of the public do look to approach a contractor for the removal of their waste, that they're making an informed decision, and that the contractor that they're working with has the appropriate paperwork and can demonstrate that the material they're looking to dispose of is being disposed of via the appropriate route.
That's what we can do now. At 5.40, so 5.40, we're talking about the removal of the environmental enforcement field. You were talking about the vast majority of fly tipping occurring just there from the illegitimate white van man. In our heads, obviously, we're calibrating the strategy to a more multi-service approach, essentially, more trained individuals coming from different places dealing with this problem rather than the exclusive team under this. Would, in fact, that team have that specialist potential knowledge and understanding of where fly tipping occurs and where it originates from, not lend itself to better enforcement outcomes? Also, have we calculated how much cost per successful enforcement action to the council it currently costs? Have we projected the costs if we do remove this team? Thank you. So, Councillor, there's a number of issues there. I think prevention is always a preference. So again, a continued focus on education and prevention through a number of means that I've highlighted already. Absolutely, we would be looking to work closely with colleagues across services within the council that still have the ability to issue fixed penalties where possible. And again, the report mentions that, you know, specifically colleagues from environmental health, and, you know, we have already been in positive discussions with colleagues there. So I don't see there being any concerns there. With regards to the impact, was it financial impact you asked about, sorry? Yeah, so currently the cost per successful enforcement action against a fly tipper as it stands with this team in place versus what we anticipate it to be once, if this team does get removed. Well, as I say, we would still maintain the ability to issue fixed penalties. Would therefore the removal of this team not potentially precipitate a greater cost, as you would have to train up individuals to a greater extent and recalibrate services towards something. There are issues within the services that are already trained up to issue fixed penalties.
I think Mr. Binney's maybe got something like contribute to that.
Through you, convener. I just wanted to make 2 points. Firstly, that the council previously operated a special uplift charge, and during that period of the year that it was in place, there were no signs of any increase in fly tipping. So there's an established almost pilot, if you like, that's already been done that shows that concerns over significant rises in fly tipping are perhaps not substantiated. But the second point with regard to the issuing of fixed penalty notices, I think it's important that we look at the scale of what we do, and year to date, we're issuing an average of 5 fixed penalty notices per month for fly tipping. So I think, you know, when we're sort of scaling up the difference between what this proposal would be like with what will happen in the next financial year, we're not in a place where there are hundreds of fixed penalty notices getting issued for fly tipping. And I think that is an important aspect to the proposal in place. Thank you.
Malcolm, just to clarify that a wee bit about your point around the fixed penalty fly tipping notices, that we can only issue those where we can identify who it is that's doing fly tipping, because we know fly tipping goes on, but we're not able to issue penalty notices because we don't know who it is.
Absolutely, it's really challenging to catch someone in the act of fly tipping, and then to be able to source the appropriate identification to follow through to get a fully funded fixed penalty notice. And I think Douglas's point about prevention and communication being the more successful route for this is very valid.
Okay, thank you. Was that all your questions?
That's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, I've got Councillor Spears, Councillor Hannah and Councillor Kerr.
Yeah, just a couple of questions for Douglas. Does the brown bin 35 per annum cost take into consideration garden size? I know personally I have quite a big garden and I have made great use of the brown bin, but I also live next to a public park, and especially at this time of year it's filled with leaves because I've got to clear the street constantly. And the pavement, because it's a safe route to school and we wouldn't want the kids slipping and hurt themselves. Have you offered to people, especially in the rural areas, composters and stuff like that? And my concern is that it'll put people off doing their garden if it's going to cost them so much money. And, you know, this council has been great in garden competitions and try to
stress to people that they need to maintain the property they either own or rent. Nextly, the special uplift payments, has there been any consideration regarding if you say there's no increase in fly tipping, but it's catching the fly tippers. So what you're really saying is there's no increase in catching the fly tippers. It doesn't mean to say that the fly tipping doesn't go ahead. You know, are we working with farmers who have to pick up the cost of this? You know, they're the animals that are getting eating this stuff that people are tipping over farmers' fences. I would hate this to become a fly tippers charter where we have, you know, really no control because we're charging people too much that can't afford it. And then we're going to lead to the whole cross-contamination of green bins because everybody will just put everything in the green bin because it doesn't cost them. You know, we're stirring up more trouble here than we're going to solve.
Thank you, Councillor Spears. Douglas?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, a couple of points there raised by Councillor Spears, so I'll take them in order. So the charge, Councillor, would be per bin. With regards compost, no, we wouldn't provide decomposters, but our website certainly has advice on composting on how to get the best out of your compost bin and actual you know, how to make your own compost bin. Again, for clarity, and it's detailed within the report, if you're paying the full price per bin, that equates to £2.69 per collection. If you're on benefits, then that would be £1.35 per collection. We've mentioned already about, you know, how education plays an absolute pivotal role with regards to the prevention of fly tipping, and I've mentioned already about how we would look to develop the working relationship with the trusted traders, so that when householders are looking to dispose of their bulky waste out with the council, then, you know, they can be confident that the person or the company that they're engaging with is legitimate. Yes, we are working closely with private landowners, including farmers, and again, that's detailed within the council's litter strategy. With regards to garden waste potentially going into the waste stream, then again, yes, there is a real possibility that some garden waste may go into the waste stream. And again, through work or through speaking with local authorities that do charge for garden waste, that does happen. However, any additional costs are more than offset by the income that brought in via the charging for brown bins.
Thank you, Douglas. I think Malcolm, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, through you, convener. I just wanted to make the point, if we go to page 171 and look at table 3, you'll see that ourselves and East Lothian are pretty much the only councils in Scotland who are not currently charging for bulky uplift. And I think, you know, we often see kind of evidence and reassurance about how something will happen. And I think that what I don't believe that the case is that Falkirk is particularly different to any other part of Scotland. Obviously, it will have its regional differences, but this is an uplift charge that is in place in most councils across Scotland and operates successfully without the large concerns that, you know, are being raised. And I think a similar point would be with regard to the table at 5.54 with regard to the garden waste charges, that a number of councils, both rural and urban, charge for garden waste, and Douglas will reassure us if required, they do not experience the problems that are being raised here as well. So I would urge elected members to consider the sort of benchmarking that's in place across Scotland, and that this is something that we could monitor once in place to see what the impact was and what mitigation we could put in place if those things happen. But at present, I don't believe that there is case study examples of the concerns that are being raised.
Okay, thank you, Malcolm. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Convener. We have had a couple of very useful briefings from officers to go through this report and to go through some of the issues around waste services. But I think the number of questions that are being raised here are kind of evidence of the fact that councillors are still a little uncomfortable with this and don't feel as if we have enough information to support this, which is in support of Councillor Steenbank's amendment that he has put forward to actually do a wider review and give us a bit more time to think about this, a bit more information. In relation to the different ways that people can dispose of bulky waste, the first problem is that people who are on low incomes or even sometimes middling incomes, they're not disposing of the kind of bulky waste that charity shops are interested in. The things that they're disposing of are things that are now past their use-by date, items which really are not fit for purpose, and charity shops are not really interested. The other problem about people on low incomes and sometimes middling incomes is that if there's no free bulky uplift, you're suggesting that they might be able to go to the recycling centres. But if people don't have cars or cars big enough, they can't do that. So I think there are real limitations to these alternatives for people on low incomes. And I think the issue that we have here is it's about the timing of this. We are right in the midst of a cost of living crisis. People's incomes are being stretched very, very heavily at the moment. And it's uncomfortable, I think, to be putting additional burdens on people. I'm supporting Councillor Steenbank's amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hannah. I think a lot of the information that we're seeking is actually in the report, in the papers. I think the information is very compelling within the papers. So I'm a bit surprised at some of what you're saying. I appreciate that you're giving me the time to have that. But the information is there from other councils in the benchmarking. And yeah, I get people's finances are stretched. But right now, councils are in a very difficult position financially as well. We are not immune from the cost of living crisis ourselves. And we have a significant task ahead of us in being able to get to a balanced budget. So that cannot be totally detached from the reports that we're seeing in front of us today as well. Okay, I've got Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Convener. A couple of questions for Douglas Fan on some of the points with regards to the booking system, Douglas. Does that, I know we trialled it when it was the COVID, does that make a saving for the council? If it does, how does it make a saving?
Councillor, so the only booking system that we have ever had is actually for commercial vehicles or householders with vans. We don't actually have a booking system for domestic type vehicles. That's something we're looking to bring in, and as I say, as is highlighted within the report, then sorry, as highlighted within the report, it's more a health and safety thing rather than a financial saving. So it basically gives us greater control over who's coming into our site. It reduces the risk of commercial waste abuse, and from a traffic management perspective, it's far better as well, because we can regulate the number of cars coming in at any particular time. So it's more so that than a financial saving.
That leads me on to my next question. Obviously, they'll need to book these in online. What if somebody's not got a computer, or can they do that online? How will they manage?
So as an alternative, councillor, we would look to obviously want to promote the online booking as much as possible. The majority of folk that will visit, will either have a smartphone or a tablet at home. However, for those that can't, I appreciate not everybody has that technology, then they can facilitate that through the contact centre.
Last question on that, when we're saying about shutting the hours from 10 PM to 6 PM, and in the graph in page 169, so the people who are going to Roughmoot and Kinneil between those times, which is 170 people, they would need to find that time. I'm trying to get us, that'll make it harder for people because of the space or the time slots that they'll be allocated.
So I mean, there's still capacity within the rest of the day, councillor, to accommodate people. And again, by having a booking system, we can determine just how many people come in at a set time. Again, so that would prevent likes of folk queuing for long periods of time, which would hopefully improve customer satisfaction, and that there'll be less idling. And again, from a traffic management perspective, then there are benefits from that perspective as well.
With regards to the fee for the brown bin, we've got an estimate that would give us for the council £350,000, an extra £350 a year. How accurate do you think that is, Douglas? Is that a conservative estimate, or?
Yeah, I would suggest it probably is a conservative estimate, councillor. It's difficult to judge, and that we don't know exactly what the participation levels will be. However, when we came to those estimates, we considered the participation levels with other local authorities. What makes it slightly more difficult to predict is the fact that Falkirk Council would have a discount for families that meet a certain criteria, or for households that meet a certain criteria, and that isn't necessarily widespread. In other local authorities, it tends to be a flat cost. So again, it most likely is a conservative estimate, but as well informed as it can be.
I'm looking through the report regarding the bulky uplift. I've maybe not picked it up, but most of the other councils, as you've already stated, that they've got a financial aspect to it, but they've also got amount of items. Have we highlighted in the report how many items we would allow for that? I can't see it.
Right, so it would be, we would maintain the five items, councillor. So it would be 5 items per uplift. And you're quite right in pointing out that there is a significant differential between local authorities when it comes to the management of bulky collections. But we would look to maintain the 5 items with per collection.
Probably it was answered by Mr. Benny earlier on, but reading on for what Councillor Spears says, did we see an increase in fly tipping? Not just the amount of people that were caught, what
did we see an increase the last time that we charged for an uplift?
Malcolm, kind of mentioned that, and you think you wish to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Douglas will correct me if I get this wrong, but if you go to the table, scrolling to it now. If you go to the table at page 170, it was 2019-20 that I believe that the uplift charge was operating, and you can see that there is a negligible difference between 2018 and 19 and 2019-20 in terms of how many fly tipping reports were received. If you want an exact comparison in terms of that, I wonder if I could just come back to the point about the online booking system. And again, the report highlights that an online booking system operates at a number of councils in Scotland, and I know myself I've used one in Fife, and the system works well. Appreciate, you know, I'm someone who has a smartphone, etc. But you know, I think 94% of the population of Scotland has a smartphone, so you know the vast majority of people be able to book very easily. In my experience, typically you get a slot on that day. You know, maybe you might need to wait an hour or two before, you know, jumping in your car, but you can get a slot. But the fact that the flow of traffic is managed means that you typically drive in and can get straight in rather than having to sit and wait. And so we do get a benefit both in terms of you wasting your time, but also the idling of the vehicle, you know, giving out emissions. And like all things, I'd probably really ask for elected members to sort of trust us to try and make it work, but also see if we implement something like a booking system and there were teething problems, that we would totally look to resolve those problems. You know, it wouldn't just be oh well, council or executive agreed it, so you know that's it, we're not doing any more with it. We would constantly refine and seek to improve and get it right. But I am reassured that I've seen it work elsewhere and work successfully, and I believe that we can make it work again in Falkirk. I think the benefits of keeping our staff safe on site, reducing emissions, and actually making it a better experience for residents, you know, give it a good positive for introduction.
Thanks for that, Malcolm. To be fair, perhaps these times were during COVID, so times where the centres were open, so I would expect them to be an increase in fly tipping because of that. I do understand. I understand why we're asking, and I believe that this is the road we need to do. But when they can't get a booking, or when they can't get to put their stuff into the rough or no use to the phone. It's the take the councillors that's here in their ward at the phone, and it's us that get it in the day. So getting it right is important. And I understand you can't just laugh, and it's like every system that you put in, you will have teething problems with. I understand that, but reacting to the problems will be key. And just to highlight, it's no use gets the slack. It's us.
Through you, convener, I appreciate that. I think our contact centre would also experience sort of that sort of demand, and we would seek to respond to it. Just to make the point, 2019-20 in terms of fly tipping was before COVID, and the online booking systems were introduced in a number of other councils during the COVID period, but I think in a number of cases those have been retained. So it's still, if Douglas will correct me, but I think, you know, neighbouring Stirling still operates its online booking system. So they were sort of introduced, proved to work during COVID, when in actual fact dare I say, there wasn't much else to do than drive to the dump and get rid of your stuff. So it became actually a more high in demand experience. So, but it's sustained, as we've come out of COVID. And so I know it's a sort of leap of faith, but I would really ask for, if it's all possible, for you to trust us to make sure it works and focus on that sort of 6% of the population or residents who don't have a smartphone, and making sure that they're not inconvenienced by this process.
Thanks, Convener.
Okay, thanks, James. Okay, I've got Councillor Bundy, Councillor Garner and Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Convener. It's just a quick question about the online booking and capacity. How many domestic vehicles to get in about?
Through you, Convener. I don't know if we've modelled it off that far, have we, Douglas? But my view would be that there would be no sense of trying to restrict the numbers of people coming in on a daily basis. It would be more flattening the amount. So where you look at the moment and you see a bulge kind of, between 12 and 2, we would seek to flatten that and mean that, you maybe came at 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock instead. So it's not, if I'm coming across, hopefully, it's not that we're seeking to reduce the daily number of people who visit the sites. It's just flattening the numbers so that it's a regular amount per hour rather than a surge and then maybe quiet at other times.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Garner?
Thank you, Convener. It's my understanding, but a wee bit confirmation is probably is we did try the composting system previously. It was probably previously your time here, Douglas, and I do know the uptake then was very, very small. I think it was actually in single figures back when we did try it. And the other thing, just a wee bit, if you can confirm, the table with the councils that have the brown bin uplift, I think it's my understanding that there's actually some councils that don't collect garden waste at all, which would add to that number. And I'm thinking that this may be just this table here, maybe the councils that actually replied to you. I think there may be even more numbers that you didn't get a reply from. I think I'm going back to when I sort of had Councillor Sinclair's role. So yeah, if you could confirm them if possible, Douglas, I'd appreciate it.
Douglas?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, you're absolutely right in your analysis, Councillor Garner. It was before my time, but I'm very aware of it. It was RAP. It was a RAP funded. It was a RAP funded composting programme, and it was a national programme to promote the use of composters. Take up varied depending on which local authority you were based. But I think we very quickly reached saturation point for those that were interested in home composting. You're absolutely right in your analysis. Not every authority at present provides a garden waste collection scheme, and the table is based upon those local authorities that responded to us.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Convener. I don't want to dwell on this point for too long because I'm honestly sick of hearing myself talk about that. But I do feel like there could have been a lot more included, and there could have been a more comprehensive environmental impact report, which would have made it a lot easier to do and a lot more comfortable to make decisions. Just one specific example is we're talking about idling cars a lot and cutting down on idling cars. And we're talking as if it's backed up and cars are queuing for hours to get in. There's no evidence for that, or even a brief note of that. And the environmental impact, maybe we would have alleviated some of our concerns about it. So it would have been good to see that, just to inform our decision better. And can I also just ask, apologies if it was included in the report, if you go through the online booking system, what is your window of time? You've just answered that, and presumably that will it be corrected? Cars will still take the same amount of time to be processed, so there will still be idling cars. We'll surely need to confirm identity, be directed to the correct sites. Their contents need to be reviewed by the staff there. So we just talked through how long the window is, and surely it will just take the same amount of time to be processed.
Okay, Douglas?
On the booking system, Councillor, like Malcolm said, it's not necessarily to reduce the amount of cars coming on site. It's to give a more even flow of visitors coming on site at a particular time, again, to minimise idling, to minimise waiting times and hopefully improve the customer experience. With regards to a window for when members of the public can dispose of their waste, that's not been defined as yet. But that's something that, you know, we can again look at other local authorities, and it varies between 10 to 15 minutes. But again, that's something that we would certainly look to learn from other local authorities.
Welcome.
Convener, it would just be to say that the amount of time it takes to make your way around the site, if the site was empty, wouldn't change. But what we're saying is that if you appeared at Roughmute at a busy time, and you can see the table shows that there are times when it's more busy, then you may find yourself behind another vehicle that's currently got the space which is unloading, and so you have to wait there. So by smoothing the amount of vehicles going through, we're reducing the times when you will not be able to access and unload your vehicle. So it's an incremental benefit, but it is a benefit. And, you know, you guys will know better than me, but I'm aware that particularly before the change was made at Roughmute in particular, you know, in terms of the road layout, there were times when the cars could back up onto the road, which is why we have, you know, made the change. So I take the point entirely. We could have added some additional detail and tried to put as much as we possibly could in there. That's one of the most fulsome environmental updates that probably has been in a report to council or executive, but point taken. But I think there are anecdotal knowledge of people seeing backed up situations, and a smoother booking system would allow that to be minimised and you to be able to make your way around the site more sort of speedy.
Okay. If there are no more questions, I have had a request for a recess. What I'm going to suggest is maybe break for lunch and come back, and that will allow discussions and an opportunity to pop into the canteen. We can come back at 4:32. Okay. Thank you.
The decisions that we take today will hopefully benefit us going forward. Whether it's this year, or next year, or the following year. So that's the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. I'll go to Councillor Sinclair first for any comment in relation to the amendment.
Thank you, Convener. I think we'd be content to adopt that. Adopt the amendment within the motion that stands, if that was agreeable.
Thank you, Councillor Garner.
Yes, I'm okay with that.
Okay, Sarah, we'd be happy to accommodate that within motion these changes. Unless there's any other comments or questions, then perhaps just move to the vote. Councillor Bundy, sorry.
Seconded.
Oh, so I beg your pardon, yes.
Second.
Okay.
And also, just to follow up from what Councillor Kerr said, this is something that our party has opposed for a long time, but the situation that we're in financially means that we have to be pragmatic. We have to draw maybe positions close to our heart, but we have to just be pragmatic and do what's best for the sustainable future of the council and our constituents. And that's why our amendments, which tries to strike that balance of reducing the financial burden that our constituents will be facing with these charges, but also getting some savings and incomes for the council. And we think that balance is the pragmatic approach. That's why we're putting forward and supporting the in the rest of the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Bundy. I do remember long conversations with both John Patrick and Malcolm Bickle in relation to bag bins on many occasions in relation to that. Thank you. So, there's no other questions or contributions. Move to vote.
Yes, thank you, Convener. And the motion is moved by Councillor Sinclair and seconded by Councillor Garner. And it consists of the recommendations within the report with a number of adjustments. So the first adjustment, which was moved initially by Councillor Sinclair, was to retain an environmental improvement fund at the level of £20,000 per annum. And as we've just heard, the motion has been adjusted at point 3 to reduce the figure from £40 to £35, and at point 8 from £35 to £25. Against which there is an amendment by Councillor Steinwright, seconded by Councillor Nimmo, which has been circulated. Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Bundy.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
Motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kerr.
Motion.
Councillor Meiklejohn. Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Sinclair. Motion. Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
And Councillor Steinwright.
Amendment.
Because there are 7 votes for the motion, there are 5 votes for the amendment. The motion is carried.
Thank you. We stay within a waste portfolio, and it's now food waste and absorbent hygiene products contract procurement strategy, and it's again Douglas Garner.
Thanks, Chair. So this paper relates to the requirement of Falkirk Council's contract standing order, section 6.2, to detail to the executive future major contract requirements for the council. This new contract seeks to create a more efficient curbside service in recognition of the forthcoming National Deposit Return Scheme. The executive is asked to approve the requirement to secure a curbside collection service for domestic food waste and absorbent hygiene products, and the cessation of the existing black box collections. The proposed term of the contract being 7 years, with an option to extend for a further 3-year period. This identified contract term aligns with the anticipated vehicle replacement programme for collection vehicles required to deliver contract requirements. Through financially incentivising the recycling on glass bottles, aluminium cans and clear plastic bottles through a natural return scheme, the government aspire to recycle 90% of these container types, reducing the volume of waste sent to landfill and disposal. Falkirk Council is seeking a single contractor for the provision of all required infrastructure. This will include the provision of a depot, manpower, vehicles and all associated contract running costs to provide a weekly curbside food waste collection service and a 2-weekly collection of absorbent hygiene products, AHP. The anticipated annual contract value at commencement will be £1 million. The Council's current curbside black box and food waste contract will terminate on the 3rd of September 2023. The black box is a 2-weekly collection service provided for glass, textiles, small wee and household batteries. Domestic food waste is collected weekly alongside the scheduled, is collected weekly. The National Deposit Return Scheme for Scotland is scheduled to commence on the 16th of August 2023. This scheme, which will target drinks containers, negates the requirements for the collection of black box at the curbside. Householders will be able to return their used recycled containers to a retailer and receive a financial return of 20p for each returned container. Additionally, a network of automated reverse vending machines, RVMs, will also be established to accept the containers that fall within the scope of DRS and provide a financial return of 20p per container. Post-DRS implementation, any remaining glass will be collected via the Council's wide network of recycling points. The recycling centres will also have provision for glass, textiles, small wee and household batteries. To highlight the changes to the service associated with the national programme, Falkirk Council will use a range of media to keep our householders fully advised, including social media, website updates, traditional media, workshops and advertising. We will work closely with colleagues at Zero Waste Scotland to ensure consistency of approach. Due to timescales for a bidder to secure the infrastructure to meet council requirements, securing an early contract arrangement is required. The current black box and food collection contract cannot be extended beyond the term of the 3rd of September 2023. In conclusion, Falkirk Council require a procured solution to provide a 52-week curbside collection service to its domestic households within the Falkirk Council boundary. The changes detailed in the report will align to the forthcoming deposit return scheme, which is integral to Scotland's route map towards a circular economy to 2025 and beyond. The deposit return scheme has an implementation date commencing the 16th of August 2023, and the black box collection will cease from September 2023. That's a summary of the executive report, Chair.
Thank you, Douglas. Councillor Garner. Councillor David.
Thanks, convener. So thanks again to Douglas for work on this report and for his presentation there. Obviously, in line with their standing order, in line with their standing orders, this strategy report outlines a proposal from Waste a contractual agreement for the provision of a domestic quality curbside collection service, comprising a weekly food waste collection and fortnightly EHP service from 4th of September 2023. Given the difficulty I'm having with my words at the moment, I'm not going to attempt to expand on what EHP is at the moment, but a contract period of up to 10 years. Of course, as Douglas has already alluded to in his presentation, the contract places the existing black box EHP food waste collection service, which can't be extended beyond the 3rd of September 2023. Additionally, this service would align with the introduction of the forthcoming deposit return scheme for Scotland, which will be a landmark moment in Scotland. As alluded to previously, there will be an engagement process over the coming months in preparation for that implementation, and I would expect all of us here in this room and across the wider council to support and take part in those engagement efforts. This will remove the requirement for glass, particular types of glass, to be collected at the curbside via the black box from August 23, and will enable carbon efficiencies in service delivery due to volume of material being collected and associated route structure. Of course, anything that can't be collected via the deposit return scheme, such as glass jars and remaining black box material or small electricals, will be accommodated at local recycling points and at council's household waste recycling centres, of which I believe, and Douglas will correct me if I'm wrong, there are over 90 across the district. I'm happy to move the report. And that's me.
Thank you, Councillor Secretary. Councillor Garner.
Thank you. Happy to second reserve the motion.
Okay, thank you. I will now open it up for any questions or comments. Councillor Steinberg.
Thank you, convener. It's just a quick question for Douglas. I know at 5.3 that it's anticipated the location of the draft vending machine will be identified from March 2023. Just because this seems, and correct me if I'm wrong, almost to be an addition to the sort of person taking the box and jars back to the retailer, could you perhaps just give an illustration of the volume of RVMs that will be required across the district? Perhaps how many per square mile across the district, or anything that could be reasonably quantified? Obviously, the location will be identified, but I imagine that will be based off demand.
The number of RVMs, Councillor, is yet to be confirmed. However, there is a requirement for retailers that sell those types of containers to either provide a take-back scheme or buy into a collective reverse vending machine. So there will be a wide network of RVMs and take back over the counter availability right across the district.
Second question, just a follow up on that. Is anticipated there'll be any RVMs that are not at retail locations?
We don't have the details yet, Councillor. No one has the details of that as yet with regards to the exact location of those RVMs. Again, that's something we're waiting to hear back from the national government.
Thank you, Douglas.
Thanks, convener. Couple of questions leading on from the Stain Bank's questions. When I know you said you haven't got any details as yet, but you've got to remember some of the places we've got in Pocket District then have shops, and a lot of them they're shop them online, so it'd be difficult for them to return. And I'm sure that we're not going to have these RDM machines everywhere. There'll be specific places where they'll be placed. So the idea, I think the idea is a great idea, and if it cuts down on bottles and the plastic, great. But I've reservations at working, we know what right at the start, because everything has issues. With regards to some of these areas, well, they need planning permission for these machines and the holding areas for the product. Douglas.
Yep, Douglas.
Sorry, I'm just scribbling down the questions. The council councillor has that as a network of over 90 recycling points, and there's no plans at the moment to alter that. They are located both within our towns and villages and within our most rural communities as well. So there's a wide range of recycling points out there. In addition to that, the vast majority of your likes of your corner shop, your convenience shops will offer a take back system. The government has a target to capture 90% of this type of recycling, and again, I would highlight the fact that this type of system is commonplace within Europe and North America, and has proven to be a really successful way in collecting high quality recycling. With regards to planning permission, again, that's more one for Circularity Scotland to answer. I can't give you a definitive answer on that one at the moment, I'm afraid.
Okay, just not a question, but just a comment. The places where you've mentioned are probably big areas that I'm talking about. Places in our wards, you're having side Stanburn, Limerig, where there's no shops, there's nothing there. So how does these people return? Or is it going to be a job for somebody to go and collect them all and take the 20 pences after them all? That could be a lucrative job.
Well, yeah, and I think that's the idea, Councillor, because they're the take back is financially incentivised. Then again, the majority of the recycle that is generated from people's waste will be taken back. But if there are areas that don't currently have a recycling point and are in clear need of one, then we can certainly look at that.
Could be an avenue for the council to step in and.
I'm quite sure there's something we can do, Councillor. Yeah, if we need to put some banks in, I'm quite sure we could do that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Like you were looking at the income generation.
I was looking at the income generation for the council.
Sorry, Councillor Hannah. Thank you, convener. I wonder if you could maybe just clarify, Douglas, please, because I have had questions asked by people who, and I think that there's been some mixed messaging has gone out, because there are still some people who think that the food waste is going to be put in with the brown bin waste, and there are still some people who, when this report came out, started asking, does that mean that the food waste is not going to be collected? Can you confirm that the food waste and absorbent hygiene products waste will continue to be collected on the same basis as currently?
Yeah, yes, Councillor Hannah, I'm pleased to confirm that food waste will be collected on a weekly basis, and AHP, absorbent hygiene products, for those families and individuals that require that service will be maintained also.
Thank you.
There's no other questions or comments. Are we happy to do the report? Okay, thank you. Next item is planning fees, introduction of discretionary charging, and it's Michael. Michael Guinness, I think you're going to take this one, Michael.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Michael John. Thanks, convener. The purpose of the report in front of you is to introduce pre-application planning charges to help reduce and sustain an efficient, consistent and responsive planning service. By way of background, the Planning Scotland Act 2019 has introduced a number of changes to the planning system, including additional duties and requirements for Falkirk Council and its capacity as planning authority. This will have implications for the planning service and its delivery of these changes as they are introduced. We are currently awaiting Scottish Government guidance regarding national planning framework and conscious of the additional duties that may place upon our officers. In consideration, the Town and Country Planning Fees for Applications Scotland Regulations 2022 came into force on April 1st, 2022. They replace the previous 2004 regulations and include new provisions that enable planning authorities to charge discretionary fees for services subject to council approval. Charging for pre-application advice is not uncommon. Many other local authorities across Scotland have introduced pre-application charges, including Edinburgh, Fife, Murray, West Lothian and Highland Council. Fees charged by authorities vary across the country, some as a percentage of the proposed planning application fee and some as a flat rate fee. The charging proposals are targeted at those areas where professional advice is required, particularly in a formal response. There is no change for non-specific or general pre-application advice that can be given over the phone or in person via an appointment. To be productive, pre-application advice needs commitment from all parties with the understanding that our resources are limited. Development management fees. The fee regulation waive fees in full as an exemption under Regulation 7. This is in terms of means of access, etc., for those disabled members of our community. And under Schedule 6, Article 7, Community Council benefit from a 50% fee reduction on planning applications. I'd just like to add that there is provision under Regulation 5 of the Town and Country Planning Regulations, which allows the officers to have discretionary powers in relation to applications where the primary purpose is a not-for-profit enterprise or a social enterprise, and where the development application is likely to contribute to improving health of our residents in the area to which the application relates to. So again, I think it's just important to highlight that officers still would have discretion for those applications that come forward from our community to reduce and potentially waive some of these fees. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And I think it's a relatively straightforward paper that is seeking approval from the committee to introduce pre-application charges, which will contribute around £200,000 of additional income to the council and assist in the council's budget gap. Charges are common across other local authorities, as we've heard, including Edinburgh, Lothian and Fife. And the pre-application service has been operating for a number of years there and encouraged early engagement of planning officers in advance of the planning application being determined at committee. And this early engagement is welcome by developers and officers alike and can smooth the process through to actually getting to approval. This paper also recognises that a charge is applied to the service and consider a number of planning charges related to certificate of lawfulness discharging, planning conditions, retrospective planning applications surcharge, and any non-material variations considered and outlined in the Appendix 1 of the paper. Importantly, though, new charges don't apply to general inquiries, as we've heard, and very much focus on interventions that require professional advice, often with a formal response, and those can be quite time-consuming for officers. Maintain the focus also on the formal requests that are chargeable, and reducing the speculative inquiries that can take up often officers' time without any real outcome. We've had assurances around the discretionary aspect for community applications and disabled applicants, where that does not disadvantage them in introducing this. So on that, I move the report from the executive, and I'm sure that if there's technical questions, I will be able to answer them, so don't ask me the technical ones. But thank you, Michael, and Mr. Grannis.
Happy to say.
Thank you. I will open it up for questions or comments. Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Convener. I just have a quick question for Michael. Michael, as far as the planning regime's concerned in Falkirk, is it self-financing at the moment?
No, I don't believe it is. There is cost to the council in delivering the service, but it's a very important service as we see growth and development across the area.
Is that something that you maybe envisage for the future, though?
I think we're expecting some additional burden being placed through National Planning Framework 4 coming from Scottish Government, so we need to be aware of what additional duties we may have to deliver. So very conscious of that, and conscious of the limited capacity we do have as officers in deliberating and presenting applications for consideration. So I think there will be additional pressures on our service area. We do find also that there's difficulties in recruiting and finding planning officers across Scotland. So there's some challenges there in getting good officers to help us move forward applications as they come forward. So I suspect we'll be under more pressure as we go forward, and we welcome applications. Clearly, we want to see developments happen across the area, but I recognise that we have limited capacity and there will be additional pressures on officers in consideration of applications.
Thanks for that, Michael. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you.
It's not so much a question as a comment. I'd like to commend the authors of this report for the clarity that has been laid out in a very clear, very easily understood manner, with the options, the benefits and the drawbacks clearly outlined in the appendix. So thank you very much for that. Thanks to the officers who have written this report.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah.
Okay. Don't see any other indications. So are we happy to do the report?
Great.
Thank you. Item 11 is the national strategy for 20 mile an hour speed limits. Is it Douglas yourself? Thank you.
It's Chair, yes. So the purpose of this report is to inform members of the Scottish Government's national speed strategy, which aims to ensure all appropriate roads in built-up areas have a speed limit of 20 miles per hour by 2025. This report also advises how the national strategy will impact the Council's phased introduction of 20 mile per hour speed limits, as agreed at the Executive Committee meeting on the 18th of January earlier this year. The Executive are asked to note that the Transport Scotland is gathering information from local authorities with respect to 20 mile per hour speed limits, after which it is anticipated that Transport Scotland will provide further guidance, information and funding, and a timetable for implementation. And that it agrees that implementing the Council's proposed 20 mile per hour speed limit in town centres and villages should be deferred until such new guidance on 20 mile per hour speed limits is issued. At its meeting the 18th of January earlier this year, the Executive agreed to progress 20 mile per hour speed limits in all towns and most village centres. Furthermore, the Executive agreed to proceed with a phased approach to the introduction of 20 mile per hour restrictions across the urban road network thereafter. As a result, work was undertaken to determine locations for 20 mile per hour traffic signs, which have now been purchased and are currently in storage. In early July 2022, Transport Scotland wrote to all local authorities, with workshops being held in August, requesting that a road assessment is undertaken by the end of March 2023 to inform the development of the national strategy for 20 miles per hour and ensure that a consistent method of assessment was undertaken across Scotland. The results of the road assessment will also be used to inform future policy and guidance on 20 mile per hour speed limits and ensure that a consistent approach in their implementation is taken nationally. In light of this guidance, officers believed it was necessary to come back to Council with a report updating on the change in national policy, the impact this would have for Falkirk Council, and the new proposed timeline for implementation. Transport Scotland have advised that implementing the strategy for 20 mile per hour speed limits would be undertaken in 2 phases. The first phase would be implementing 20 mile per hour speed limits, utilising 20 signs only, and this would be completed by the end of 2025. Thereafter, following evaluation and monitoring, phase 2 may entail the introduction of speed reduction measures where data indicates this is required. The criteria for determining which roads should become 20 mile per hour differs from guidance used in the preparation of the report considered at Executive earlier this year. Transport Scotland has made available £52,000 to the Council for undertaking the road assessments. Transport Scotland has requested details of the existing speed limits for built-up areas, towns, villages and any smaller settlements through which a road with a 30 mile per hour speed limit passes. Transport Scotland has also requested local authorities undertake a review of existing 20 and 30 mile per hour speed limits against the given criteria. Each road in the Falkirk Council area, subject to a 30 mile per hour speed limit, will be considered following the process provided by Transport Scotland. The assessment will also identify those roads which will remain at a 30 mile per hour speed limit. The criteria advises that those roads which remain at 30 mile per hour will typically be on A and B class roads with little frontage activity and where people walking, wheeling and cycling do not need to share space with motor traffic. Once the road assessments are complete, the evidence on the number of roads affected and the financial costs will be used to identify the most appropriate route to implement 20 mile per hour speed limits, and this will be shared with the 20 mile per hour task group. Implementation of any 20 mile per hour speed limit or zone in the council area at this time and prior to the issue of any further guidance would not be advised, as it may lead to inconsistencies with the approach taken across Scotland. Officers will continue to be involved with the development of the strategy with Transport Scotland and provide updates to this committee as and when new information and any timescales for implementation of the strategy are provided. In conclusion, the Scottish Government has requested local authorities undertake a review of existing 20 and 30 mile per hour speed limits against the given criteria. This criteria differs from the current guidance in that considering of existing vehicle speeds is no longer required. The assessments are likely to impact the Council's proposals for 20 mile per hour speed limits, although it is not possible to determine the extent of this until further guidance is provided by the Scottish Government. That's a summary of the report, Chair.
Thank you for that, Douglas. Councillor Downer.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Douglas and David Mailman and the team for bringing this report forward. And it's as always, it's a very full resume from Douglas, and I don't want to add anything, so I would just be duplicating it. Just to highlight that I'm actually, in this instance, I'm quite glad that we're further along with our project, because I do understand from the guidance here that it's a far fuller piece of work that's been asked for from the Scottish Government, and it would have maybe meant, as it would have meant us, having to take some of the signage out and put it in other places. So yeah, happy to move the recommendations here within the report.
Thank you, Councillor Downer. Councillor Sinclair.
Content to second the reserve.
Okay, thank you. I'll open it up for any comments or questions. Councillor Patterson.
Hi, thank you for that report. It was really helpful, and whilst I do appreciate that the national strategy did delay what progress that we were making with implementing the 20 zones, just the fact that it's coincided now that a lot of primary schools are likely to lose their crossing guards as a result of cuts. Is there any scope for using what resources we do have at the moment to speed up the progress around schools, like a 1 mile buffer around schools, which I know may seem like it's complicating the process, but given the increased risk that schools are losing crossing guards, if we have signs ready to go, can we implement them prior to the national strategy being implemented?
Douglas?
Thanks for that question, Councillor. I think it'd be prudent to take a kind of holistic approach towards it, Councillor. I'll defer to David Maley, if you don't mind, who's more of a technical expert when it comes to the management of roads than myself.
Thanks, Douglas. Thanks, Councillor. As part of the initial assessment and the new criteria set out by the Scottish Government, schools and in the vicinity of schools is included within that criteria. So as part of this assessment that we're looking to undertake, that should be finalised by March 2023, will highlight areas within school vicinities. But prior to that, the work that we've previously done has not been abortive works, because that previous assessment also included where school areas were and where our part-time 20 mile per hour zones were. So once we complete the full assessment up to March, we can then make a decision if we know that certain areas are green in status. So as part of the new criteria, we need to red, amber, green status each of the roads. If we know that they're green and they'll be effectively self-enforcing areas, we can implement them sooner than the 2025 deadline. 2025 is the final deadline for implementation. So if we have great confidence in certain areas, we could look to implement that prior to the 2025 deadline. However, at this point, I couldn't give an exact timescale. We would have to wait for the conclusion of the initial assessment at March.
Thank you, David. I think
Through you, Convener, and I just wanted to touch on the school crossing controller aspect. All that has been agreed to date by executive is that we do a review of the 9 sites which don't meet the national statutory requirement for school crossing controllers. So I just want to reassure any parents who might be listening that there's absolutely no suggestion that school crossing controllers are going to be removed, and that all that's happening is a review to look, and it'll only be in instances whereby we believe there is a safe alternative route for pupils to get to school that we would come forward with a proposal. But I also think it's sensible that we maybe pause some of that activity to incorporate it into the school transport criteria review that's also being undertaken, so that those two aspects align with each other and that we don't find ourselves in a situation where we review a site that then becomes not so easy to get to because of a school transport change. So we'll come back with a full update on that one, but just in the meantime, I just want everyone to be clear where we're at on that one.
Thank you, Malcolm. That's helpful reassurance. I've got Councillor Nimble, then Councillor Spears.
Thanks, Convener. Just a question for Douglas or David. I don't have a problem with the paper in general. I think 20 mile an hour is a worthy thing to take forward. But what discussions has there been with Police Scotland in relation to enforcement around this? Do Police Scotland have the resources to enforce this? That's another question. Thanks, Convener.
I'm happy to take this one, Douglas.
David?
Thanks, Councillor. Well, Police Scotland are actually part of the task group that came up with the proposals for the national strategy, along with, I think there's 9 other local authorities, Police Scotland, Scots and Sustrans. So they're well aware of the national proposals. When we did present the previous paper in January, we did put in there a risk that police had previously said that they would not have the resources to police 20 mile per hour limits at the time. But because we've got such a substantial shift in how the 20 mile per hours will be implemented now, I think the police have taken a different approach to that. And like I say, because they're part of the task group, they're well aware of this. But as we're progressing the work and we're undertaking the assessment, we'll understand the full implications of how much of the network will change to 20 mile per hours, and we will have that consultation with Police Scotland as well. So when we get an update on that, we can certainly come back and and update you.
Right. Thanks for that, David. I think just going with the current speed restrictions, Police Scotland have really significant problems enforcing a 30-mile-an-hour limit, not to mention a 20. So they're going to have their hands tied significantly in trying to enforce this.
That's correct. I don't think they're regularly patrolling 30 mph limits as it stands, and if they change to 20, then like I say, there's discussions that need to be had with Police Scotland and what resources they will be able to police this.
Okay, thanks for that.
Thank you, Councillor Spears and then Councillor Allen.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank Mr. Benny for saying that there's a lot of different aspects need to be looked at regarding this. This is really regarding safe routes to schools, no car zones. I know we have difficulty in Grangemouth, but just renovated our park, Settling Park, and it's fantastic. But the access and egresses need double yellow lines. You know, there's a lot of other things that need to be adopted here. Just to bring in something saying a 20-mile-per-hour limit, doesn't it change the situation the cars are in? So there's a whole wider aspect that needs to be addressed here. And surely this is coming in because we want to safeguard children and elderly people against speeding cars. But we need to look at the whole access and egress in certain areas. So it's just really the start of something. And I'm glad to hear the director say that there's a whole lot of different aspects here and we need to take them on board and hopefully sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Councillor Spears. Councillor Hannah.
Likewise, I'd like to thank Mr. Benny for the assurances that this will be looked at in the round and all aspects be taken into account. I've dealt with a lot of complaints and inquiries from constituents, as have, I'm sure, every other councillor on this and this executive, about speeding cars in some of the local areas, about the problems that there are. So I think it is important that we look at this sooner rather than later, and that we look at all the different aspects, including things like double yellow lines and so on, to make it safe, because it's not just about it being safe for people crossing the road, it's being safe enough to encourage parents to enable their children to walk to school rather than take some of the other routes that they might take. I know that in my area there are places where there's no continuous pavements, for example, so children have to cross the road more than once to get from their home to their school. So I think it's a number of different aspects, and I'm glad to hear that you're going to be looking into it and look forward to hopefully early, since I think Douglas said that, or perhaps it was David said something, that the decision should be finalised in March 2023. So there should be more clarity then. So I'm hoping that early in the spring we'll be able to have another report come with this.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Convener. I don't know if this would be for David or Douglas. Is there towns and cities that have already got the 20-mile-an-hour limits in them?
Previously, there was certain local authority areas that had already implemented 20-mile-per-hour limits. We know our neighbouring authority, Stirling Council, have implemented some 20-mile-per-hour limits, and also Fife Council. And to date, it's been with a bit of mixed success. There's certain areas which have really helped, particularly in locations near schools. There's other local authorities where they have put the 20-mile-per-hour limits in, and they've had to go back and reverse that decision and put them back to 30-mile-per-hour, sorry, because there was no change in driver behaviour, and the assessment that was carried out probably wasn't as full as what we're now being asked to do. So what we're now being asked to do is to risk assess every 30-mile-per-hour road and put it into a red, amber, green status. Green being the road will effectively be self-enforcing, so the mean speeds are already low. The amber warning to say that there's likely to be further monitoring required, and the red categories where we know that there's an existing speeding problem, and that's been the big major change from what the previous guidance told us to what we're getting told now. So that those red area roads will need further investment in the form of engineered traffic calming measures, whereas previously it was purely looking at the guidance which said that roads, these 20 mile per hour roads, should be self-enforced and should have a mean speed of approximately 24 miles per hour. Hence why councils were able to go on and implement those without any further engineering measures. So like I say, it's been a bit of mixed success between different local authority areas. However, this new national guidance looks to make it a more robust process.
That was the reason I was asking. And you answered my next question, what was the difference in the legislation that we had that I've been asking? Probably the last question on that, £52,000 you spoke about, does that help with the manpower you're using as a council? Does that money come off that, or have we got to self-finance that?
Well, thanks, Councillor. That funding has been calculated by the Scottish Government. So they've took all 32 local authorities in Scotland and calculated the length of their urban road network and divided the portion of funding. I think it was 1.4 million across all local authorities. The urban road length that Falkirk Council has equated to £52,000 worth of funding to undertake the assessment. Because the assessment is a lot more involved than previously, and because we have a shorter deadline to March, we will be looking at external consultants to help undertake the assessment. It was detailed in the paper that there is a slight risk there that there could be the final cost of this could be slightly over the 52,000 of funding that we were given, but the Scottish Government will be looking for us to report back on that. So this 52,000 is to cater for the initial assessment of our urban road network, which will then feed back into the Scottish Government and help them inform their updating of the good practice guide. And we will have further consultation with Transport Scotland and Scottish Government in terms of how we take that forward for implementation and what further funding will become available.
Thanks, David. The last bit you just said there is very important, the climate that we're in for the funding, because of an awful lot of, once this has been agreed to implement, an awful lot of work for signs and manpower. So as a council, that's something that we spoke about all day. Money's very tight, so I can't wait until it's implemented. A lot of my areas, my past areas, have been out for this for ages and ages, especially Councillor Parsons says round about the school areas, which is very welcome. So thank you very much, David and Douglas. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you. Yeah, if there are no other contributions, I'll be happy to read the report. Okay, thank you. Item 12 is the introduction of short-term licensing scheme. Gosh, it's late in the afternoon to be saying that. And I'll go to Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Convener. And this report presents for members' consideration a policy which allows for local implementation of the new national licensing scheme for short-term lets. And maybe to give the short-term lets a more recognisable shorthand, this is the licensing scheme which aims at licensing Airbnb type accommodation, and that's broadly how it's been discussed in some of the national reporting of the new licensing system. And I think the first thing to emphasise is that most of the requirements of the new system are within the legislation, and those core requirements are robust and will ensure the accommodation of this kind, once licensed, is of a reasonable standard and is safe. The choices which are within the gift of Council in approving its policy are not of such a core significance to the licensing system, but some of those are set out within the report itself, and they've also been the subject of the consultation which has taken place over 2 stages in advance of this report being presented to you. And in the interest of transparency, all the consultation responses are appended to the back of the report. If I can summarise the approach which officers are recommending to you in response to the consideration of the consultation, it's to, I think, to try and avoid layering on additional regulatory requirements onto those running Airbnbs, additional to those which are already within the core national system, which are in themselves robust. That's reflected in sets out some of that thinking in relation to additional conditions and on the issue of sea levels and who counts as a child. The other decision which you are being asked to take in relation to the policy is to set the level of fees, and the fee level has been set to do no more than cover the cost of actually administering the licensing applications as they arise. So there's no effort, I think, to try and gain money on the back of this particular area of trade. I think people will have seen in the national coverage that in some parts of the country, the proliferation of Airbnb type accommodation has thrown up some difficulties and some concerns for local populations. The assessment which has been made in the preparation of this policy, and this comes from speaking to other council colleagues across other services, and also from reacting to the consultation responses, is that the same type of issues don't arise within the Falkirk Council area, and to some extent the availability of the level of Airbnb accommodation that there is here is seen as a benefit. For instance, on being a useful facility for encouraging tourism within the area, which is one of the council's goals in terms of economic regeneration. So, Convener, the information is a whole laid out clearly in the report, and the recommendations are as set out in paragraph 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. Councillor Gray?
Yeah, thank you, Convener. And thank you, Colin and Brian and team, for putting this report together and presenting it to us today. I just want to be quite brief and just to highlight a couple of things within the report. This is to ensure that short-term lets are safe and address any issues that neighbours may have. It also aims to balance out, as Colin said, the economic and benefits of short-term lets in this area. We have carried out 2 consultations for online, and we've had the responses which are also in the report. And just to highlight when it comes to the fees, I know there is some speculation around that, but it's just to highlight that we would like to, it's just basically cost recovery for this, and I'm happy to move the report.
Thank you. Councillor Brown?
On the second and reserve the right to come back in, please.
Okay, thank you. I will open it up for any questions or comments from members. Councillor Steinbank?
Thank you, Convener. No issues with the report I presented. Thank you very much, Colin, for very clear and concise. I think my question was just on the administrative costs you referred to. In the implementation of the scheme, will there be any fixed or sort of overhead costs which would not change with demand? Considering you're sort of suggesting that whilst there will be a certain degree of administration to be done, it might not be at the same volume as other places that where the scheme has, let's say, taken up more time and attention how it was implemented. But the chat-up has been perhaps more controversial than this section in other towns. And my second issue is I do know that the scheme in some implementation has run into some issues tailored to the geography and unique characteristics. Is there anything, how are we going to monitor if Falkirk, for example, does take on a volume of larger events, as we saw the Killers concert and various other events that may come to our town. And we're going to monitor the implementation of the scale and potential administrative bottlenecks at specific occasions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
There are no specific fixed costs other than the existing staffing costs within the team, and they deal with a whole range of licensing applications. So this will be dealt with as part of the everyday workload. We have, I think, undertaken some minor expansion within the team on a temporary basis to attempt to deal with the anticipated flow of license applications which will arise. That's not at a great scale in monetary terms or in terms of numbers of people. So it's something we'll keep and monitor as the demand arises. And just in terms of how we'll fix the administrative cost, it's in part based on just the experience on operating some of the other licensing systems, some of which are similar to that which we have here. In relation to the issue of large-scale events, there is an opportunity within the system to have temporary exclusion from the licensing requirement, which I think is primarily aimed at events of the scale of, for instance, the festival. So where there's very large-scale demand, and it might come across a period longer than I think that which is transitory maybe for a single concert. But it is something which we will look at as the system develops. It's a brand new licensing system, and I think we're not wholly certain how it will operate in practice. So this policy, I think, is not intended to be a tablet of stone, and we'll keep it under review. And if there are changes which require to be brought, then we'll be brought back before the executive.
Thank you, Colin. Any other points of head?
Thank you. It's a quick question. What committee will this fall on the civic licence?
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay. I'll see no further indications. Are we content to approve?
Agreed.
Thank you. And I'll go on straight now. The final few items of the very important items. Item 13 is the projected financial position 2023, and Daniel Kearney is going to take this one.
Thank you, Convener. This is the third update report from the executive on the projected outcome against the 2023 revenue budget. The report covers both the general fund and the housing revenue account. Financial pressures are particularly acute with the general fund. Index 1 summarises the projected position. Paragraph 5.1.2 highlights key points that should be taken into account looking at that index. Overall, the projected position is an overspend against budget of 1.8 million. This will result in a call on reserves of 6.8 million, of which 5 million was originally budgeted for. Main area of pressure is children's services, with pressures in both education and social work. These pressures are set out in paragraphs 5.111 to 5.120 of the report. These overspends are offset by underspends in other services in place, transformation communities and corporate services, and reduced capital charges. Undoubtedly, this position will move over the coming months. The most volatile areas are teachers' pay. The award for this financial year is not settled, and the ongoing strike activities will impact on the financial outturn. There's ongoing and sustained pressures in the children and families budget, and energy costs remain volatile. In addition, discussions are ongoing with the IGB in respect of pay award funding. Overspend of 1.8 million assumes that no pay award funding is passed to the IGB. The rationale for this assumption is set out in paragraphs 5.130 to 5.133. At this stage, it is anticipated that the IGB can afford to meet the pay award and still achieve a break-even position in the current financial year. I would highlight to the executive that if the pay award funding was to be passed to the IGB, this could result in an additional 1.2 million of cost for the council, taking the overspend against budget to 3 million, with an £8 million call on the council's reserves. Section 5.3 of the report sets out the approved savings position, and this hasn't changed since it last up to members. Section 5.4 of the report provides detail on the general fund reserves. Again, no significant changes since the previous report, and a summary of reserves is included in Appendix 2. Workforce changes are shown in Section 5.5. I would note that paragraph 5.5.2 sets out the actions to minimise staffing costs. This has been supplemented by the introduction of the recruitment freeze. A revised process is in place to consider the recruitment of any post not included in the exemptions list. The housing revenue account is presented in Appendix 5, showing that the HRA remains on budget. There are significant movements between various budget headings, that are explained in paragraph 5.6.2 to 5.6.3. As previously noted, it is important that members understand that this position will continue to move before financial year end. The economy remains volatile, and there are still significant uncertainties within the projection. Further update report will be presented to members before the year end and duly reported. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Danny. Well, we have seen a slight improvement with the gap for next year having slightly reduced. We've done an overspend spend position for this year, only the improvements is the result of some of the interventions, such as the recruitment fees that we've had. But these will be short term until such time as a final decision is made about that longer term financial strategy. But we still have a significant gap to meet, and with a continued overspend, and the position is still likely to be very volatile going forward. We know that, as Danny's outlined, there's a number of areas of volatility that we don't know the outcomes. Therefore, it's very, very difficult to predict what our final position is likely to be, or indeed where we might be by the time we get to our March budget. But we have to take the best estimations of where we are, and that's what's in the paper before us. I'm comfortable that officers are taking as many interventions as possible to reduce the continued overspend, but with areas particularly in the children's services that is very much a needs-led, then it's very difficult to be able to predict where we're going to get to a final need. But it does just reflect the significant financial pressures that not just corporate council, but all councils across the country have been. We're really asked to note the report and instruct service directors to take appropriate actions to maintain their costs within the approved budget, and focus on essential spend only. And I'm confident that that's being carried out. So, in the interest of time, I'm happy to move the recommendations in the report.
Thank you, convener. After a second, reserve.
Thank you. I'll open up for any questions in relation to the projected financial position. Members? No, consent to. Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Sorry, Alan. Yes, Adamo.
I'm just trying to take myself off mute there, convener. No, thanks for that. Can I just ask a question in relation to the IGB and the pay award circumstances? Are we not duty bound to pass on this funding to the IGB? Now, I've also heard the argument that the IGB has reserves, but they seem to be accounted for, so they'll not be able to draw on them. Can maybe get some comments from officers in relation to that?
Mrs. Algie is going to take that.
Yeah, thank you, convener. You will see that there is a letter in from the Deputy First Minister, and that will be in the papers. It's going to Council next week. I think the pack for that is out already, so you will have access to that. When you have a look at that pack, you'll see a letter that's in there that now gives us discretion in some areas to apply spend where it is most needed. And that can be interpreted in different ways, but certainly our interpretation of that, and in line with a number of other councils, we're not alone in this interpretation, is that that would give us the ability to adjust that funding for the IJB in terms of the pay award, and that we can withhold that based on the level of reserves. But I would stress that discussions are still ongoing with IJB colleagues just to work that through, and we're not bringing a recommendation to you at this point in terms of that actual decision. It's still being worked through and still discussed.
Okay, thanks, Karen. Thanks, convener.
Thank you, Councillor Note. If there's no one else, I'm happy to be.
Great.
Okay, thank you. Item 14 is the capital programme update, and it's Matt and Danny.
Thank you again, Convener. This report provides members with an update of the projected capital spend for both the general fund and the housing revenue account. As in previous reports, section 5.1 provides information on risks and uncertainties that impact on the capital programme, and these are significant. Key factors include inflation, interest rate volatility, and supply chains issues within the economy. These issues may impact on the affordability of the capital programme moving forward for both the general fund and the housing revenue account. For the general fund, the projection shows an underspend of 2.7 million against budget, an estimated spend of 42.1 million. Appendix 1 shows this in more detail. It is a much improved position than previous years and provides some comfort that the actions taken through the Best Value Action Plan have been effective. However, as a caution that risk remains in the system, which is just previously outlined in terms of inflation, interest rates, supply chain issues. Paragraphs 5.2.2 to 5.2.5 provides information on areas of spend and areas of slippage within the general fund programme. Section 5.44 covers the housing revenue account capital programme. It also shows in Appendix 2. Spend is expected to be around 61 million against a budget of 72 million. Areas of spend are shown in paragraph 5.4.1. Movements between the investment areas are explained in paragraph 5.4.3. We draw members' attention to the last bullet point in respect of property buybacks, with 9.1 million of property buybacks in the forecast. It's a very positive position with buyback. It's a very effective way for the council to increase its housing stock. Appendix 3 includes the projected prudential indicators for the council shown against budget. Section 5.6 and 5.7 make the link between capital activities and treasury management activity, not least the borrowing plan for the council. Borrowing will be made up not only of investment activity this year with the capital programme, but also replacement of debt due to be repaid. The cash balances are high. This debt will not be replaced in the current financial year. At this stage, it's projected that borrowing will not be required until near the end of the financial year, but we will try to arrange borrowing now, starting January to March, as much as possible. As ever, in terms of that borrowing that is undertaken, this will be discussed with our Treasury advisors and a full range of options assessed. And on that note, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Danny. Again, following the review of the capital programme, which was taking place just in September, we have seen some movements and benefits. We've seen a reduction in slippage and likelihood to deliver on our spend. But again, because of the volatility of financial climate right now, there still continues to be pressures, and our capital programmes will continue to be challenging going forward. I don't think I really want to say much more than that in relation to the capital programme. It is a report that's for noting to where we are, and hopefully by the time we get to the next quarter's report, we'll be able to have a better assessment of where things are and projections for the future. But I'm happy to move the recommendations. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Convener. Just a small bit on this. there's obviously still significant challenges in the capital world of finance at the moment, whether it be supply, whether it be contractors, or whatever. I've got to say that the general fund is, I know it's still slippage, but they've only slipped by a very small amount. That's a credit to the officers. I don't think that should go missed, because it is really a tough at the moment trying to get people to do things for you at this moment in time. And that follows through into the HRE's capital as well. It's really tough at this moment in time getting skilled tradespeople, and there's a number of reasons for that, which I'm not going to take people into at this moment in time. I think I've probably covered most of them in previous occasions, but it's I've got to say the increase on buybacks is a good move, and again, as I say, well done to the housing team for taking positive action on that to increase our housing stock, because we need as many houses we can possibly get. With that, I am pleased, and I've not said that for a long time on these reports. I'm pleased to second this report.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. I'll open up some comments in relation to that programme. Councillor Bundy.
It's just a quick question on section 7.9. It says that future projects will be required to demonstrate how carbon reduction can be achieved or carbon emissions offset in line with the Council's declared climate emergency and its work to achieve net zero emissions by 2030. But in the strategic vision, it also mentions our 2045 target is area-wide emissions. Wouldn't it be sensible when doing capital programs to be aiming for both targets at the same time?
Okay, is Michael still there? I know that we have, as a council, we have in 2019 we agreed for ourselves the target of 2030. Michael?
Sorry, Councillor, I didn't catch the question. Apologies.
Yeah, so in the report, section 7.9, it says that future projects will have to pass tests to ensure it reduces carbon emissions to reach the 2030 target. But we also have the 2045 target, which is area-wide emissions. Wouldn't it be better for projects to pass both those tests to make sure that we're not duplicating spending past 2030?
Yeah, Councillor, absolutely. So as we progress projects, we need to look at the carbon budgeting element of each of these projects, particularly in terms of our larger capital projects, which through the Green Book requirements, we will be looking at the actual carbon footprint that that particular project is contributing towards the council area. So as we progress projects, whether that's through revenue or primarily through capital, we'll get a better understanding of exactly what implications are for our carbon footprint and our drive towards net zero. Is that helpful?
Thank you.
Anyone else? No. Okay, we're happy to read the report.
Okay.
Everybody's obviously getting tired. Final report for the afternoon is item 15 is asset surplus operational requirements. And Paul Keswick's taking this one. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Convener. The purpose of the report is to declare surplus to requirements 3 properties which are former Larbert Day Nursery, Larbert, Victoria Buildings in Falkirk, and the former Park Street Community Education base in Falkirk. The details of these properties are outlined in the report. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Paul and Mr. Dillman.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, this was agreed with the Education of Children and Young People back in the 21st of June 2022, and they were deemed surplus to requirement. I believe everybody knows these properties very well, and we've heard today how important it is to move on with the SPR, and this certainly does that. Disposal of these properties will achieve capital, much needed capital receipts, and reduce revenue costs. Happy to move the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Garner, and I'm happy to second this report. And I'll open up any questions. Comments now? Okay, happy to agree? Thank you. That brings us to the end of today's executive. Thank you everybody for their contributions, and thank you for giving some of the recesses, etc., to enable discussions to take place.